We are entering an age where artificial intelligence and various applied sciences are extending the material layer into digital form. The spaces we interact with are expanding, offering new dimensions for how we work, learn, and connect. The questions we face today are practical, grounded in the evolving world of immersive technology, spatial computing, and spatial intelligence. This expansion presents an opportunity to rethink how we engage with this evolving world of virtual environments. Our methods of communication, learning, and community engagement are transforming, pushing beyond the limitations of the past. As intelligent systems evolve, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The technologies we develop must enhance human capacity and offer more than convenience. These new systems should enrich the way we interact with our surroundings, enhancing our experiences and expanding our potential. This is one of the intersections where human insight and technology meet, building frameworks that elevate how we function in the world. Each advancement contributes to evolving our daily actions, our relationships with others, and the spaces we inhabit. We must continually ask, how does this technology drive human betterment? What does it mean for each person to have the opportunity to contribute? How can everyone with the desire to contribute be given that role? The world is becoming machine-readable, and through this transformation, we are developing new expansions that reflect our collective potential. The challenge ahead is to design systems that improve lives, expand our abilities, and strengthen the connections that matter. The data and cultural influences that inform these systems directly shape the visual and interactive experiences we develop. Every single person contributes a unique culture that plays a role in the development of intelligent expansion. Our uses of these machines in such fashion affect the decisions we make, influencing how people learn, grow, and sustain. As we move toward building the metaverse, the convergence of artificial, immersive, and spatial technologies, we must ask ourselves, how does this innovation enhance life? How do we make sure everyone has the opportunity to contribute? How do we embed cultural richness into the visual, interactive, and evolving spaces we design? These are the challenges we must engage with as innovators and as people committed to building systems and sciences that reflect the best of our shared experiences. Innovation should enhance human capacity, not replace it. May our gather be well.
Greetings, and welcome to Day 3 of GatherVerse Virtual World Symposium. We're certainly happy to have each of you with us today. We've had incredible 2 days already of our Virtual World Symposium this week. We've had speakers from around the world share incredible insights and expertise from their lens of experience. We've had technologists and we've had non-technologists. We have people that use virtual tools and virtual systems and platforms, and those that make them. We've had creatives, artists, technologists. We've had doctors, educators, and a number of different professionals who arrive transmetropolitan, transcontinental to be able to journey with us as we move forward at this intersection of humanity and emerging technologies. GatherVerse meets at accessibility, education, community development, equality, safety, privacy, wellness, and ethics, and more. We do this is because we see the initial and most important step when it comes to innovation is the human layer. Yes, as we talked today about the virtual layer extending from the material layer, we must not forget the importance of what it means to innovate for human betterment, for sustainable and social impact. We enjoy technology and we enjoy liberal arts with the pairing therein. But we also enjoy more for everyone to have the opportunity to build it safely, use it safely, and to be able to give their best of creative expansion. We've never been this way before in frontier intelligence, where we're seeing such incredible machines, such as artificial intelligence, and that's such an applied and ubiquitous science. But seeing the type of level of technology that's arrived to our shores and it seems like there's incredible new layers added in every single day. We must keep up with the cadence of creativity, yet keep people safe. But more important, we must help to understand and help everyone to understand, even the ones that build it. What is it that we're actually innovating? What is it that we're actually building? How do we build it? How do we share it with the world and showcase it? Lastly, before we head into an incredible roundtable discussion with all those that are gathering with us at GatherVerse.live and in various social platforms such as YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, we're about to arrive into a panel discussion on marketing humanity, the business of virtual extension. Why is this so important when we meet so deeply at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity? Because now we need to begin to understand ways and how you present these emerging technologies in ways we never had before. We've assembled an incredible cast of different people and experts who are well equipped to be able to take on this discussion and more. We're happy to be able to join with all of you. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend, share, join with us. It'll be over sooner rather than later. We only have a little bit of time to do this. We look forward to exploring with you. Prepare to launch, and may our gather be well. And greetings once again, audience, joining us today for this roundtable discussion of our day 3, which is our final day of an exciting and very incredible and what seems to be more of an enlightening day 3 than even the 2 days combined. Perhaps I'm a bit biased because of all the different wonderful, incredible different leaders we see sitting here before us at this discussion on business and a virtual extension. This won't be your average marketing and business talk. That's not how we operate at GatherVerse. But we also are ones that add in the human layer to this discussion. It's extremely important at this present time where so many different incredible platforms are being subjected and limited to algorithms. And whether people have the wherewithal to be able to deploy and distribute and to share with us all the incredible innovations that they're making and building and hacking and coding out of their garages and living rooms and bedrooms and offices. We're here to bring those that are with us all the way to this particular summit discussion. Today, we're brought by Jay Schnorr, Mariah Pelias, Casey Jensen, Devonna May, and Shirag. But I want each of you to be able to introduce yourselves and who you are, and more importantly, why have you arrived to this particular discussion with us today? We'll begin with the closest one to me. It's Jay, please.
Hi, my name is Jay Schnorr. I'm founder of VetX Solutions here in the United States. We distribute educational immersive learning experiences to schools across the US and the world and help educators learn more about the technology and how 3D spatial learning is changing lives every day. And we help HR and business with soft skills deployment to their organizations.
Great. Jay, we welcome and we greet you. And Mariah, we're happy to have you with us again.
Hey, Maria. I am the founder of Maria Pale PR. I work with technologists, creators, and different entrepreneurs in different sectors to amplify their voices and their projects within their brands. Primarily, I would say X, name a technology company, turned their own CEO, founder of a lot of different apps and AI companies.
Maria, forgive my mispronunciation of your name. I'm short of memory when it comes to such.
No, it's so good. It's all good.
We're so happy to have you with us again. Casey.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. It's great to be here again. Awesome day. It's cold here in Texas today. It's like in the 50s, which is cold for us, but it's got me excited today, so it's good. So Yeah, I'm a consultant. I've been in this space for quite a while now, starting digital way back in the early days. And, I'm just really excited about where we're going right now. We've been through some interesting times the last couple of years, but I work with brands and I work with the platforms and other technologies really to help educate, help match up the right technologies with the right brands and vice versa to really understand their goals and make sure that they're going into these things with their eyes wide open and that they're able to match up with their existing metrics and the things that they want to achieve and really try to do it right the first time and get out there and start working this into all their different product segments and strategies to start really having a consistent feel to get into these different areas and worlds.
Quite important, Casey. Thank you for joining us. Devana.
Hello, everybody. My name is Devana May. I am a brand developer, marketing strategist. I am the founder of It Girl GPT, and I've just dedicated my entire career as an entrepreneur and a consultant to helping to equip people with the tools, the resources, and the communities that they'll need to help build a global brand for themselves. So thank you for having me today.
We're happy to have you here. Chirag.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Chirag, and during my 9 to 5, I work in one of the world's largest tech companies, working with some of the world's largest global advertisers on crisis management and customer experience. And then what we call sort of the 5 to 9 is I get to travel the nation giving talks about marketing and branding, where we get to talk a little bit about how do you actually build an effective marketing message and then use storytelling. And hopefully we'll get a little bit into it in this virtual world as well. How do you stand out and make sure people are resonating or connecting with you?
We're very happy to have you, Chirag.
Yes.
We're very happy to have each of you with us. We're going to run into a series of questions and we'll be a little bit on path and off. And before we address this first question, audience that you see on the particular screen, when we think about marketing and visual communication in this machine readable world that we find ourselves in, Casey, I want to take it to this level before we really launch pad into these series of questions is with the accelerated fashion of what we're seeing when it comes to the deployment of emerging technologies and the virtual layer in particular, how is it that marketers, brand experts, such as all of you, how is it that you're able to keep up with the cadence and the level of innovation to be able to market in the first place? And what are some of the obstacles and what are some of the successes that you see with the opportunities in this AI-driven world of immersive innovation?
Yeah, well, I think first off is when you work with brands, especially big brands, I think their eyes can get really big. They can get really excited about a lot of things. And then a lot of people start getting involved and excited. And all of a sudden you're trying to do a lot of different things. And I think what I always try to do is sort of pull people back in the beginning, especially, and, let's focus on a use case. Let's focus on something relative to what you're already doing, what you're having success with, that we can match up with some of these solutions and these experiences. And I think the best way to do it is really to find that, focus on it, go out and start taking small wins, start seeing how you can have success in these areas, and then build on that throughout the company, throughout different areas, product segments, things of that nature. So I think that's one of the biggest things I've learned is that really starting small and trying to build up to other things that you want to do, because there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. And some of those things that you've got to tell them too, they've got to learn that some of those just don't fit with their brand too. So you've got to really go back to your brand and you've got to be able to understand what's going to really be natural for our brand to work within these environments. I think that's a really big thing that that you have to look at in the beginning.
Noted and well taken, Maria. I want to route into you because it seems to me that we're dealing with a much more prospective, ubiquitous canvas to be able to market brands in the first place. It seems like the internet just became incredibly more expansive. It's almost as the internet just began as a thin layer and it's expanded into a whole complex of just information readily available. We find ourselves moving from the information age into the applications renaissance and heading here into the AI era of work. When we see the new tools that are out here, knowing all of us know that we'll be doing more than just prompting in and out when it comes to our models, and that we'll be interacting with them in ways never before have we interacted with technology and machinery, whether through communication, and start to look at the visualization of these models themselves, which we'll go into as we talk about the business and we talk about the virtual world, meaning the world that we live in with the virtual layer of augmented reality and so forth and so on. What does that now look like, and how do we keep up with the level of the incredible dynamic array of tools that are available? How does a marketer or brand person now enter into this world? And what is it that they need to be looking for when it comes to, more importantly, leveraging their opportunities and their clients?
Yeah, I think that it just starts with whether it's for the marketer sussing out things for their clients, or whether it's a tool that the marketer can use. I think that it's just super, super important to have just the basics down of your brand, like knowing your ethos, knowing all of your, like having all of your messaging down, having all of that created, and then making sure that you aren't just because you can have this tool that does this thing doesn't mean that it's going to be helpful for you. It's really making sure that you're doing your research and it fits your brand. Because I would, like, for me, I would never offer something that is not where the brand that I'm working for, the stage that they're in. So just being hyper aware of like what steps, what timelines you're on, and making sure that you stick to that, so you're not, going too far off course.
Indeed. And thank you for sharing. We'll come back to you shortly. Chirag, help me to understand something here. Let's kind of get the brass tacks. Let's get the business here. So we talk about brand, we talk about marketing. Let's go to first principles. We talk about aesthetics, we talk about design, schematics, font, typography, the beautiful things of what we see. And as a marketer, as those in brand, it's up to us to be able to create the brand storytelling, to find a tribal identity, and to be able to bring people into these ecosystems that they were naturally looking for, desiring, or seeking in the first place. How do we take this new digital canvas, this intelligent canvas, and market to the world now?
Yeah, no, good question. I think I'm gonna probably touch on what Casey and I apologize, Mariah. How do you pronounce
Maria,
it? Maria.
Or, yeah.
Maria. Apologies for that.
West
But I
Side
think
Story.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna touch on what they've said, right? I think the fundamental argument that they're making is that despite all the new technology and this whole new world that we're looking at, marketing and branding are still fundamental. They have practices that have existed for centuries, right? I mean, you could argue even some of the earliest civilizations, all the idea of building a collective narrative or being a tribe was marketing and branding in of itself, right? So regardless of the tools that we're going to see, I mean, there's certain things that you mentioned, like your logos, your fonts, your color schemes, right? But I would go even further is like, there are theories like the AIDA marketing funnel, right? Which breaks down the customer journey into 4 basic steps. They become aware of you, interested in you, desire you, they take the action you want them to take. Whether you're doing that back in the 1800s or if you're doing that now with the digital world, it'll still be the same 4 steps that people go through. How quickly they go through that, how much information they have, that's the stuff that's going to change. So I think first things first is, like the 2 speakers before me spoke, figure out your fundamentals, right? Imagine that this is a storefront and not a virtual world. Allow yourself to first design your customer journey using that normal, whatever makes sense to you. And then from there, start looking at, well, where am I lacking, or where can this technology help amplify what I'm doing? So rather than looking at like a Chat GPT or a Gemini or any of these platforms and going, okay, now that this exists, I must find a use for it. Instead, go, well, where do I, in my current journey or my marketing and branding sort of ecosystem, where can I use these tools to enhance something? I can't figure out my topography and my color scheme. Well, there are plenty of AI or sort of virtual tools out there. I want to figure out how to get closer to my audience to interact with them. Well, look at virtual worlds. But this idea of going first with the basic, figuring out what your needs are, and then using the tools to solve for those needs, until at least we get to a base equilibrium at some point over the next couple of years.
Indeed, and it's interesting you use that. That's a very appropriate terminology on top of the expressions that you just shared. Thank you about the base equilibrium, because it seems like we've kind of reset, haven't we, in some way that Devana, I'm a startup, I'm a corporation. We're all starting even. there's a new litany of tools that have been presented into the world, many of which we know, the majority of which we don't. This poses a unique challenge for every single business in the world heading in forever, that we're never going back. We've never been this way before. What are these unique challenges that brands, that companies face with heading into this era of frontier intelligence? What are some of the things that you're seeing when it comes to this new era of marketing and opportunity?
I think it all boils down to a sense of identity. And I resonate with what the previous speaker spoke of about having a foundation, knowing who you are, defining your brand before you allow, defining your brand and not allowing the new tech tools to define it. So you have to start off with that foundation that I think we're all speaking of. The first thing is to know what your inspiration and vision is, have a well defined roadmap for that. And then you're also going to want to set some standards as far as what your core values are. And then you're going to want to understand what your audience needs. So you're going to define your target audience. And then you're going to explore the different technologies and tools to help enhance the messaging, the core values, and the journey that your audience is going on. I think that if you can kind of go back to those foundational principles, you'll always have a steady and stable brand that's going to give you longevity and that people will appreciate, and that's going to outlast all of the changes and innovations in technology. So there are challenges and there are learning curves, but the things that won't change are your foundational principles, are the ways that you want to serve your audience, and then you use the technologies to help enhance those things.
How do you identify with as a follow-up, how do we identify with our audiences? As a marketer, having a new satchel of tools, if you will, and you're walking and crossing the Serengeti and the plains and the deserts and hiking and going up in the mountains and the forest, Jay, how do we take these tools that are new to us, they're new to companies, they're new to everyone? How do we know what works quickly and which ones don't?
Well, I think that's experimentation. We talk about knowing your foundations before you start, but also knowing your market. Pilots, paid pilots, market studies. There's a lot of companies out there that charge a lot for it, but there's a lot that you can do on your own to get that foundation right before you create your digital world or your 3D spatial world for that space. I think the fundamental piece in all of this is authenticity, is knowing what you're giving in your value proposition out there, and then having your audience with all of these new tools. These are all just tools of engagement. All of these tools are coming about because engagement is growing with an audience and the people marketing. It's no longer that authoritative marketing space. And that satchel of tools, you said, knowing which ones are out there is one of the hardest. There's a lot that don't work well, and there's a lot that work well, but having that technical fluency as you're approaching this is important. So a lot of research, a lot of authenticity, experimentation with your brand. We're on a journey every day to know ourselves, right? And so to know ourselves, we know our business, and once we know our business, we can present that out in a really virtual, engaging piece. But one thing I just wanted to point out is all of this is changing so fast, and we have a new market of digital expectance. We use this a lot with our educational presentations, and we are all digital natives here in this GatherVerse from all of your ages, I can see. But the new age of people that are, coming into their 20s are digital expectants. They've been engaging with, not just using, but engaging with technology and expecting us to present our brands, our authenticity, our character in a more engaging way. And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing the speed and rise of so many of these tools for marketing.
But Maria, when I go into, and thank you, Jay, when I go into a platform like Instagram, let's have a little walk in there. I go into Instagram, I go into the Meta ecosystem, if you will, and audience, this is not a plug for them, certainly not, but this is the one that's going to be relatable to one of the biggest social centralized places in the world of people. When I go in there now, I see Llama 3.1, subsequent 3.2 all over the place, meeting their AI model. What does that mean for me as a business? What does that mean for me as a marketer? What does that mean for my own self-brand equity when I'm using these tools or I see them? I've never seen that before. I've never interacted with machines before. there are still over 50% of this world in population. They've never touched AI in the way that we have, if you will. What does that mean today?
So I'm a big advocate for, which I think that's why we're here, right? It's to enhance. So I think that especially like on platforms like Instagram, or whatever social platform, I see it on LinkedIn too. You still need to be creating content and putting out uh, different content that you know about, versus like it's very easy to see between you can pretty much tell when someone is talking about something they know and then maybe they've just like fact checked it or whatever they're doing with the AI versus this is AI written, it's just copy and pasted, and it's not, it doesn't bring authenticity to your brand. It actually kind of does the opposite. It kind of just is like, okay, maybe they don't actually really know what they're talking about. Maybe they're just like too busy or whatever. So I think that that's also where like a marketer could step in and kind of help you with a strategy that would be elevate that. So you're maybe just utilizing that tool in a smaller capacity, but not to, you don't want to showcase that you're inauthentic. You don't want to showcase that you don't know what you're talking about. Even if it just seems small on Instagram or whatever it is, like you want to be putting things out there that represent your brand. So you utilizing these tools in a good way versus just a quick fix.
But RG, it seems to me that AI seems to have sometimes better words than I have to use. I feel like sometimes it could speak and it could express better. It certainly has a better repertoire of different words available to it to be able to summons, to be able to get my point across. But as it's been expressed already by Jay and Maria about the authenticity, are we saying that authenticity still matters and supersedes excellence of verbiage?
Absolutely, it matters. So very much in alignment with what Maria said, right? People, even if Chat GPT or even if the AI tools are able to give you the kind of, I would say, content that is grammatically correct or that is customized as per your needs, still, if people happen to just catch it or happen to notice that it has been written by a machine, they won't be able to connect with it emotionally. And even if I am a good content creator, suppose, but if I post something that has been created by an AI tool, it can be a written message, it can be an audiovisual message or so. But once people feel that I have not put in the required effort to create the content and have delegated that to an AI tool, people do lose that emotional connect, and it becomes very difficult to then again earn the loyalty of your followers or of your subscribers. So it does matter. In case you happen to adopt an AI tool, you risk losing, I would say, your followers or so.
Indeed, that's a very powerful consideration. And Casey, as we look at this next question, in what ways can virtual extension enhance brand storytelling and consumer experiences? Permit me to add a thin layer on top of that. Augmented reality, AR glasses, they're coming sooner rather than later. Virtual reality, not everyone can afford that headset, so there's not an incredible amount of marketing that's going to be visible to the world. But are we now seeing the opportunity with virtual reality and augmented reality? Are they looking at as certified players and contenders as credible marketing piece opportunities for brands that get their point across to consumers?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think we're in a good place right now because I think for a while there we tried to force feed VR. I think, right? So, and that didn't work too well, and
Right.
and I think now we're finally in this space where we can use these tools to work together, but bridge the experience from the physical and the virtual. And what I'm finding out there is, since COVID, now people want to go to events, right? They want both. They want to be able to, if they can't go to something, they want to be able to have the virtual experience. But if they're there, they want to have the full experiences with layered on digital enhancements, whether that be, AR or 3D environments, different things. And I think that's a really sweet spot right now is sort of I hate the word phygital, and hopefully we'll come up with a new term to that soon. But it's like, I think we're really understanding that we need to meet people where they are, not try to force them. I mean, one thing I learned at Google back in the day is, focus on the user always, meet them where they are, develop things based on what they're doing, what they want. And also now with AI and things, we can really personalize that experience to that individual. So I believe, AR is opening the doors to so much more opportunities now, and that's why you're seeing the big companies sort of pivot a lot of resources to these things. And it doesn't mean that VR's not valid or going away. It's just it's the bridge that I think helps all of this work together more effectively. And again, different brands, different strategies are going to need different things at different times. But I think that's sort of where it is right now.
Indeed. It's Chirag, and thank you, Casey. And Devana, we're getting ready to head over to you in just a moment. It's Chirag. A few weeks ago, last month, Fei Li, who's a brilliant mind for AI, she raised about a $250 million raise for a platform that doesn't exist, but she's building a platform of virtual worlds or environments in dealing with what we call spatial intelligence. And we're starting to see this. An audience, for you that's not familiar, spatial intelligence is more or less of what we've been talking about with immersive intelligence or spatial computing, but with the layer of artificial intelligence as one. And these applied sciences are merge pairing together, as we know that all technologies abide within the eco-habitat. They scale, they pair together, and on a amorphous scale, they're turning into things that we've never even fathomed or considered, or that have remained in novel. Chirag, listening to what Casey just expressed to us about virtuality in juxtaposition of augmented reality, what unique ways do these tools of virtual and the layer of artificial intelligence, what unique ways are you seeing that may present opportunity for businesses and brands to use that have never been used before in this fashion to express? Your mic, sir.
We're only a few years into the pandemic, and still I'm doing the unmuting issue, right? But I think we would almost want to look backwards, right, as well. This idea of so for example, we could let's take a look at MasterCard, right? And not a sponsorship here, right? But just a great example here. MasterCard recently shifted. We're all familiar with maybe their priceless campaign that's been running for many years. Now what they've shifted to do as well is they started asking questions like, well, if our brand had a sound, what would that sound be? And so they've worked with artists to create a signature sound for MasterCard. They've also done a signature, like what would our brand taste like, or what would it smell like? So they've created perfumes, they've created macaroons that are like supposed to be the flavor. And if some of these things tend to feel very abstract, right? Or like the macaroons, are people really going to buy the macaroons? Some of them are a lot more practical. Like, okay, when you go to check out with the MasterCard, it will play a certain sound across certain websites, right? To almost encourage you, like, hey, okay, I've just used it again. Like, what does it mean to be part of this brand? And I think touching a little bit on what Arjit said as well is when people, that idea of using AI for your voice as well, it does feel a bit disconnected for people when it doesn't match your general brand noise, your brand voice to begin with. These tools are incredibly powerful. They're getting more and more powerful every single day. Christopher, to your point, there's so many synergies happening. I mean, one of the best examples, the Nobel Peace Prize, being a bit confused as to, well, what category do we put AI computing in for some of the breakthroughs that they've had? Do we count that as part of physics, for example? We are seeing intersections here. I think you look backwards to then look forward. So, for example, the idea of a smell that your company has, I mean, these are scratchers that used to come in magazines for different perfume brands. Right now, we're just taking that and we're taking that one level further. And perhaps later on with these VR headsets and with the AR headsets, we're taking it even a step further by doing things like having smell instead of just sound and sight in some of these headsets. But I think what we're probably going to keep harping on, and I think many of us are coming back to that same thing, is as long as you know your core brand, how it exists in the real world, in the virtual world, it's a lot less complicated than we seem to be making it. It's often just carrying those things over one step at a time as the tools become available. So be very clear on what you have at the moment and then start looking at the tools to go, okay, well, how can I translate this over? Does that make sense?
It makes completely sense. And as I'm listening under the sound of each of your voices, Devana, I'm sitting here thinking on something which Jay, we're getting ready to round you in as well. It seems to me that we're going back to first principles, as Chirag just said, that we're looking back. Also, we're looking at the tools that we're no longer, as Casey expressed, attempting to force feed and Maria, with all the different things that you do that I've seen you express when it comes to PR, if you will. It's rather extraordinary that you're able to reach to so many different people in your audiences. But Devana, it seems to me that there's a level of courage that's now needed to present yourself with the intent that you know, or the expectation that you may fail, that the post that you make at 11 a.m. on LinkedIn may be seen by 2 people versus the post that you make the next day of the same time may be seen by 100 people, but to suffer what we would look at as embarrassment, because the reality is that we are still getting used to the expanded upscale of social media, let alone there's new sciences that have entered and new tools that have entered in that are virtual, that are intelligent, if you will, semi-intelligent, that are now pairing together. Where do we find the courage to be able to enter into this frontier? And what are you saying to people that are watching all of us now at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere? What do you say to them about the courage it takes to be able to enter into this unseen veil?
Yes, I love that. So this is all about giving yourself permission to discover, to evolve, and to explore with our changing times. You can still do all of that while maintaining your core values. And the best part about it is you can bring your community along for the ride. It's about being transparent. We all know that these are unfamiliar territories that we're navigating, and we're doing it together. Some of us may be one step ahead. It doesn't matter where you are in that journey. We are still in a space where there are going to be inconsistencies. There's going to be things that we don't do well. So with that, it's best to just acknowledge it, to be honest about it, to be transparent, and to bring your audience along on that journey with you. I think that they will appreciate that. And in doing so, you're not only testing out the technologies, you're seeing what's working, you're seeing what you're getting the learning curve, and you're also allowing your creativity to expand, your expertise to expand. And some ways that you can bring your audience along is just highlighting their journeys, allowing their testimonies to be user generated content. You're also repurposing old materials in new ways using all of these new technologies. So it's just a really exciting time to keep doing what you've been doing, using the new tools, but just really giving yourself the permission to quote unquote fail. Most people who are succeeding have failed, and they have tried. You have to try in order to succeed. So a failure is just an attempt. And if you keep going and you keep discovering, you'll learn what works. You'll learn what your audience resonates with, and eventually you'll create a space where your audience gets an even more deep emotional connection to your brand.
Excuse me. Thank you for expressing that, Devana. This is we're getting in more to the personable, intimate side of this discussion, Jay, because as a CEO and a founder, there's thousands of entrepreneurs that are part of the GatherVerse community and ecosystem. There's many of us have started our platforms in this digital era, not even the AI era, if you will, but in digital. But it seems to me that I don't know if we're allowed to hang on to the very first principles of what we've known and how we've entered into this, as we're all pioneers finding a way forward and sharing notes with each other around the campfire, if you will. But now it seems there's a new demand of expectation from what audiences, what your customers would want, how they want to be presented and spoken to, how they want information shared, deployed, and delivered to them. Do we stay where we're at, or must we climb this mountain into this new frontier of opportunity?
Well, I think this touches on 2 cornerstones. One is access for our markets, and everybody has a cell phone. And as it was pointed out about the VR headsets, VR is just a fully immersive environment. The headsets was the tool. This is now being spread across for more access to everybody with those phones. So immersive environments, we're watching the transformation of the web from 2-dimensional, what we're doing right here. And we do it here because it's accessible to everybody right now. But soon that won't, the 3D environment will be accessible to everybody. And the tools, the AR glasses, the VR glasses, the mixed reality, we're going to see all those merge up. So to your question, you don't have a choice but to climb and build your plane as it's flying. It's moving so fast. There's no going backwards. There is adapting to make sure that this technology is equitable, that everyone has access to it, and that it's takes diverse perspectives as it's being built. And I think it takes all of us participating and failing. To Devana's point, you have to. We're going to put a part in that doesn't seem to work, and we have to replace that part and do something different. And then we have to take notes from each other, like you said, Christopher, in terms of how we're going to move forward. But I don't think it's really a choice to not change. If you don't change and adapt so that those digital expectants can continue to engage in humanity through these environments, then you will die off. That's just my personal opinion. We have to change, and we have to hang on and embrace it and make sure everybody has access to it.
RG, can you imagine that there's a virtual environment that, for the very most part, within this virtual ecosystem that no one's ever stepped in, and here you are stepping in for the first time, and we know that the world has adopted this whole ecosystem. RG, let me ask you something. How do you feel about stepping into an environment of virtual expansion of spatial intelligence? How does this make you feel about the unknown, going into a place that there is no roadmap, there is no guidebook, there's not even a North Star to be able to follow? What do you do as an entrepreneur, as a pioneer, as a technologist? How do you communicate with this new world that knows how to communicate with you, and you need to be able to expand this to communicate to others?
Well, first of all, I'll be quite enthused about the virtual environment, because in case there is something new coming up, which is promising something very different from the physical worlds that we are in, it definitely opens up a Pandora's box, I would say, of possibilities as well as perils. So basically, to begin with, I will be quite excited on a personal level, because I'll always be interested to know what more can a person do in the virtual environment. Are the senses or the abilities that we have in the physical world, do they see an extension in the augmented world, or I would say the metaverse world? However, having said that, when I think from the mind of a technologist, I would also be concerned that when I'm stepping into this environment, so in physical environment, I know who is watching me, how I am being judged, what kind of interpretations are people having about me. If I'm entering into a virtual world, which I have no idea about, I will really be concerned about the kind of data or the kind of information somebody is capturing. And as you said, Christopher, we may not even know who is owning the virtual platform and who is actually calling the shots. So if we do not know who is capturing what kind of behavioral elements about us from the, I would say, from the interactions that we have in the virtual environment, that can be a point of concern. Plus, I may also be concerned that will that environment be customized for me. So for example, right now I'm sitting in my home, I'm sitting in my comfort zone, I feel very secure right now, right? However, when I step into a virtual world, I may not know whether that environment will be customized to my preferences, or if I'm entering into that world with, say, my kids or my relatives, will the content that will be exposed to me in that virtual world, will that be personalized and will be hygienic to the, I would say, to the moral and cultural values of the people in there? So there will be a mix of excitement and concern when I think I would be visiting a virtual world.
You bring up remarkable points, especially when we think about body autonomy, because it's not just our cursor that's going into this virtual world. In a lot of ways, we are our own selves, and virtual representations of our own selves are also going into this world. And as Jay just incredibly expressed, that it's climb or die, if you will. As thick as that may sound, there's a lot of truth to that. But Chirag, I kind of want to I want to take it off of the technology for the moment And I want to go back to the marketer and to the brand expert, because I feel like this is really important consideration that this is arising from this discussion. If we're seeing technology scale and change, if you will, and morph into different things, might we start to look at the era of the brand and marketing expert, that she or he are changing as well? The role, who they are. If I took a marketing course, if I took a brand course in 2015 or 2020, it seems like it almost may be archaic compared to what it is the role of the marketer and brand and PR expert at 2024 forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the distinction here to be made is your brand versus your marketing, right? Your brand is, or at least the way I often explain it, your brand is, well, who are you and what do you want to stand for? What do you want people to say when they're talking about you and you're not in the room? And versus your marketing is, well, how do you share that message in unique ways to remind them? Right. So on the brand aspect, and I think many of us have touched on this, things don't really change, right? Your brand message tends to stay. You figure out your message, whether that's in the real world or in the virtual world. So that part, I can argue that a lot of the teachings there still work, right? Figuring out who you are as an individual, or whether you're as a personal brand or as a business brand, it's the fundamentals. What do I want to stand for? What do I want people to see me as? The marketing side drastically changes, right? But we saw the same thing happen when we moved over to, say, digital marketing, right? Suddenly the marketer no longer, back then we used to have newspaper ads, right? You had to be the best marketers were the ones that had the connections with the newspapers and knew exactly how to get your ad in front of people, or the right copywriters who knew exactly what the word count were. There's like the technical details. Moving over to digital, now it's like who can get you the best click-through rate, or who knows exactly how to work with some of the newest emerging tools in these large sort of ecosystems. Similarly, you're going to be moving into this new world as well, right? And I would argue for marketers that want to jump into this is jump into it from a technological standpoint, not from a marketing standpoint. Because if you can understand,
What's the difference on that, please?
so the difference there is taking what you already know and trying to carry that over will often keep you in the old world, right? So for example, if you're trying to go through and still look at the same metrics and be like, okay, well, what's my equivalent of a click-through rate or my equivalent of impressions here? That might be very different, right? Impressions, the number of people seeing your billboard because there was a billboard there versus the number of people seeing your ad on a digital surface, two completely different ecosystems, and yet we still use the same word for that. So I think what I would advise marketers to do is still learn the basic marketing tools. I mean, a lot of this, the world as it exists right now isn't going anywhere for at least the next 10 years, right? Things like you mentioned, we still have a large percentage of the population, of the world's population, not even having access to reliable internet yet, right? So things will still exist. But if you're jumping into this new world, go into it with this idea of just, okay, let me just explore all these new tools. What does this do? What does that do? And then try to tie it back to what you're already doing. Don't walk in there just going in, okay, I'm going to try to be a digital marketer in this virtual world. I'm going in as a virtual world explorer. Oh, this is some ties that I can bring back to the marketing world that I work in. Does that make sense there?
It makes plenty of sense. Yeah. And thank you for sharing that, because Casey, it seems like as I'm listening to everything collectively and intaking all of the expressions of each of you are saying, the constant thematic is authenticity. Because Chirag, if you're saying don't go into this new expanse with the things that you've already known, it seems to me that if I'm not going into this expanse with the things that I've known, the only thing I can go in is with myself. And it's myself being able to discover and to be able to express that, instead of having to worry about my count meter of how many likes or reactions I got. Does that even matter into this new frontier that we're heading into?
You hit it right perfectly. Absolutely.
And so, and in segue, if you will, to bring this over from you, Chirag, to Casey and Maria, we're coming up in just a moment, and all of you. When I now think about this consideration, but Chirag, he's really talking about manifestations change, but principles remain the same. That thinking about this, Casey, and in concert with this question that we have here, it seems to me. And Casey, shut me down. Tell me if I'm not looking at this right. But it seems to me that a small business, a mid-sized business, can compete with the large company or corporation that a smaller ships turn quicker in the channel than others, partly because the level of democratized access of tools that we have and what we see coming in with Swarm AI and agentic models that we're going to be able to equip ourselves in ways we've never have been before, that a one woman, one man business can now all of a sudden become 10 to 20 fold, if you will, if not more. Is this the opportunity that we have as small and mid-sized businesses? Do we have this opportunity to compete in that way, in this fashion, with these models heading into the virtualization?
I think they're going to be able to take advantage of this more than anybody, as those businesses. The other day I was watching a podcast, I forgot what it was, and they said that, in the next 10 years, there's going to be a one-person business that's $1 billion company. And when you think about that, it just seems crazy, right? But that's sort of the direction we're going. I mean, there's not a better way to. It's so easy for small or medium businesses to pivot quickly, move quickly, and in this environment, that's a huge advantage, right? To be able to identify a niche audience and execute on it, right, with some type of experience or cool thing. To be able to do many of them as you go forward, to be able to, look at, creators and micro influencers and be able to work with them and target them so much easier than if you're going through a big organization in many cases. So, that's one thing that I think is very exciting. And it's funny because a lot of the smaller businesses, I think they're not getting a lot of the love and education in some of these ways. They're trying to sort of have to feel things out. But with them, there's a huge opportunity to everything from marketing to operations to everything. They can really compete with these larger brands now when it comes to that. One thing I did want to mention on the other thing we're talking about marketing is, instead of looking at how new we're going to market, what about looking at how things that you could never do very well that you can do well now with this kind of stuff? So not necessarily new, but think about now that your users, your customers are your explorers out there now. They're live out there in these areas, finding out where they're exploring, what they're doing, being able to build community. I think building community, everybody's brands wanted to do that. Build community, get engagement, interaction. Social platforms is really difficult to do that, no matter what they look like. This is a chance for brands to get up close and personal with their customers and have their customers go out there and be the ambassadors and for them to really understand what they're doing. I think your marketing team is almost your customers now, because they're out there, they're in these spaces, they know them better than most of the marketing teams know these spaces, because they're there. So I think that's one exciting thing about it when it comes to this stuff. And again, it's just cutting down those walls to the customer. And I think that's a great advantage for small businesses as well, because they need that real personal feel that they have for the people that come in their door. And those have always been the thing, the small town, store. But now they can start doing that on a lot larger scale across the world. And that's going to open them up to be able to compete with all kinds of different companies.
I find that rather interesting, is the intimacy and the level of communication that we have with those that we represent and those that we chop wood with together in the forest. We've never been this way before, have we, Casey? It's a fascinating consideration. Maria, how has it been different for you with the work that you've done within the past year? Has things changed? Perhaps things remain the same, and do you anticipate great change headed your way? And are you prepared?
Yeah, so I think that things are changing. I haven't seen a huge drastic jump from this side to the other side quite yet. But I am working with new technologies that are kind of like that. That's what they do, right? They're gonna elevate events. They're gonna elevate games. They're gonna elevate in these big ways. And marketing them has not been super different yet, but I think once the hype and the excitement around the capabilities of these technologies is out there, we'll be able to market them in a different way. One thing I will say is just taking to the next level is where I've had a lot of success in marketing is actually getting your community to help you design whatever you're doing. So we do it a lot with games that we put out. We do it a lot with different apps. It's not just even asking them what they want, it's getting them involved in creating it with us. And so I think that that's how, I mean, shifting into scheduling marketing around that has been huge. And I think that it will just be that much more as things advance. I think we'll just be able to take it to the next level even more and more. I wouldn't say I've seen like a huge shift yet, but I know that it's coming. And yeah, I absolutely just want to be in front, like be on the forefront of it and make sure that I'm not using methods that aren't going to work anymore in the future or whatever. But for right now, that's where I've really found a lot of success, especially with these apps that are like, you're at an event, but here's how we can elevate your experience with this augmented reality app or stuff like that. So that's basically what I've been.
It's fascinating as I listen into what you just said about your community, Maria, and out the heels of what Casey just expressed. I feel like I stand corrected, Devana, because just earlier in this segment, I talked about and I expressed that I'm entering into this virtual environment, this thin layer alone, but I'm reminded that we've accumulated community within the past 10 to 15 years during the social media renaissance. There's customers, there's people. All of us, if we look at our emails and our different communities, whether you're in WhatsApp or LinkedIn, Facebook, whoever's still there, and Instagram, and all the other different places in the world where you can socially communicate with one another, there is community. There are people that we're actually transitioning in this virtual layer with. And Devana, are you seeing this as well and experiencing that you're able to get by even further with the community that's with you?
Absolutely. And community is more than just your audience or your clients. It's your partners, it's the collaborators, it's the people who will help educate you. And when you join forces with others who have separate skill sets, this is how you're able to create better experiences and uh, better connections with your actual clients. So community has been everything to me. I'm technically new in the AI space, but what I've always done is use every resource available to me throughout the years to help edify myself and to help enrich my community. So, what I think is important is to, yes, be prepared. Change is always coming, evolution is necessary. But change swings back and forth like a pendulum. So now we're in this AI stage. You don't know where we'll be in another 10 years. So the most important thing is to maintain that human connection and interaction, is to nurture and foster real relationships, to have phone calls, to have collaborative sessions, to educate one another. Staying nimble in these times of change, but also remaining firm on your core values and remaining close to the pulse of your community and staying connected to your industry. So you're always aligned with the information and the newness or the new creations, all the things that are happening. You'll always be aligned with the things that are changing, but just stay true to your original inspiration, to your vision, to your core values, to your audience, while building a community that is also supportive and aligned with that. I think it's really important. Yeah.
Sure. And as we arrive to our final question with the few minutes that we have, I want to take from each of you to be able to take time to answer this question in the quickest fashion that you can, because this is important. I want to have a residual perspective to leave that with not only ourselves that come to convene in this roundtable dialogue that's just been really thought-provoking, but also with our audience over at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere. And Jay, what future trends in virtual marketing should businesses prepare for? Your mic, sir.
I think, as it was said earlier about the building, we're not anywhere near critical mass for immersive worlds for everyone. The businesses have an opportunity right now to start building that space that they want to engage further with their audience, their customer, their players, and to build a community that's going to be different than anything we've seen thus far in two-dimensional digital communities, where there's anonymity and trolls and people can get away with saying stuff. And I think in these immersive communities, you now have more responsibility. And founder of Ready Player Me, Timu Tuke, really, his mission to bring a unified metaverse together with your identity and your avatar and responsibility in a community inspires me to keep moving forward. So as a business, start building now.
Indeed. Thank you, Jay. Casey.
Yeah, I think two things. I think preparing for hyper-personalization with AI, preparing to take advantage of that, being able to have these one-on-one conversations with users and customers and partners and everything like that. And then the other thing I think is really important is to prepare for, having brand continuity across interconnected worlds and interconnected experiences. I think right now it's really important. I see a lot of people doing one or the other. They're doing something physical, they're doing something digital. They almost have them in boxes, right? Those need to have consistency across the brand, and they need to move together from one place to another. I have a partner in a company that's launching a major music artist's new album in a virtual ecosystem. And we're working to also do many of the similar things in the physical ecosystem on red carpets, different things that interact with the virtual space. So I think it's really important for brands to start getting strategies around working together in these two areas.
Thank you, Casey. Devana.
I think we should definitely prepare for, beside all the technology stuff, is preparing to overcome our own fears and perhaps our own ignorance when it comes to the technology. And we'll do that by becoming well educated and learn it when it comes to using the technology, teaching about the technology and the biases that come with it, the ethical concerns that come with it. I don't know if there's a way for me to know all of the different things that are going to be presented to us. But what we should do is become educated so we can be educators to others. And that way we can overcome our fears and we can master the technologies as much as possible.
Thank you, Devana. Chirag.
Yeah. I think we'll come back to this idea of defining who you are and what you want your brand to actually be is probably going to be the biggest in order to capitalize on any of these. So, for example, we gave the example of MasterCard earlier. What do you think your brand is going to taste like? What do you think it'll feel like? What do you think it'll smell like? So with these future trends, the beauty is if you take the time now while everything is still being figured out to essentially define some of these things, right? Like, what does my physical business or brand feel like? By the time a lot of these tools comes out, you'll just be able to go, okay, cool, nice. They just released a tool for XYZ thing. Let me just experiment with that. Or, hey, cool, they released a tool for this. Let me do that. Taking the time to write out your brand stories and narratives now so that you have a physical document that outlines what your brand stands for and the tone that you have. Well, you can use that to then train any of the AI models that come out in the next couple of years to have your voice and, to Arjun's point, be more authentic. So I think the storyline I've constantly been pushing here is look back first and take the time now to regroup in the real world before this stuff gets a lot more real over the next couple of years.
What a fascinating consideration, each of these expressions. Arjit.
Three things that I would like to quickly highlight is that, first of all, when it comes to marketing in the virtual world, the era of virtual influencers will see a rise. Today, we interact with the physical influencers, in-person influencers. The virtual influencers in the form of avatars or so will actually rise, and they will also have to be transparent about who the genuine person is behind that avatars in order to build that trust. Now, second thing is that when the virtual avatars or virtual influencers are interacting with us, they will come in an environment where there will be a lot of objects, a lot of things which people would love to spot and purchase on the spot, right? So that social commerce thing, or that purchasable or shoppable environments are something that will again come up in the area of virtual marketing. And the third thing is that for businesses to make sure that people come to those shoppable environments and purchase something through social commerce, the brands will have to personalize the environment as per the user. So for example, here we are sitting together in this round table. the environment for you, Christopher, may be different compared to the environment that is being presented to me, so that I happen to interact in the best possible manner with that environment. So to recap, virtual avatar, or so I must say virtual influencers, shoppable environments, and personalization are the three things that virtual marketers will have to be very much, I would say, focused on going forward. Back to you.
Thank you for guiding, Arijit. And lastly, Maria.
Yeah, so I don't want to speak specifically to a like one trend, because I think at this point, like literally anything could be in play. Things are evolving and metamorphosizing rapidly. I think just to prepare and future proof, whether it's your marketing or just your business, is just keep an open mind. If something scares you, and this has been touched on, but if something scares you, educate yourself. Like deep dive into it and see if that's something, because I think if we pass things up just because they scare us, you're going to be left behind, perhaps. Maybe not, but it's something that maybe where if you just get more knowledge about it, it's not as scary as it seems. And just going in with an open mind, and then on the other side of things, create these creators and technologists just be creating in ethical and an ethical way, so that we can intersect and make a better world.
Thank you all for your dear comments. Thank you all for your time that you give us. As you all know, that GatherVerse is free, but the thing that you do give is your time that you'll never get back. These expressions are so powerful. They're so motivational. Residually, I take away that we all must climb. We all must be authentic. We all must head into this place unknown, but we can bring our communities with us and we can do this together. There's so many notes that I've taken. There's so much that we take away from this. And I suspect that this will be good for the time now, present, and future forward. Audience, find time to follow each of these leaders in their respective crafts of what they do. I hope that they'll bring value as they brought value today, but I hope that post roundtable that they'll bring value to your lives. They certainly have here at our first roundtable discussion, day 3 of the Virtual World Symposium presented by GatherVerse. And then we're now heading into our second roundtable discussion, which deals almost emotionally, titled Culture, the Soul of a Virtual World. Panel are gathered as well. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah.
Hello and greetings, everyone. Nice to see you all. And this is, okay, hi. I think we're waiting for a couple of more people. Okay, here they come. Okay. So thank you so much for being here. We are very, very grateful to have you for the second roundtable panel discussion, Day 3 Virtual World Symposium. My name is Lingi Tao, Communications Director for GatherVerse, and we're very, very happy to have you here. And for this particular panel, we are going to talk about culture, the soul of virtual world. With me, I have a group of expert panelists who are going to help us demystify this interesting topic. Well, for our dear panelists, I ask you to introduce yourself and kindly be brief. And we shall start with you, Lisa. The mic is yours.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Super, super. Well, my name is Lisa Gibbons. I am from Ireland. You might hear the accent. I am founder of the Metaverse Tourism Association, and I've been working in this space probably around 5 years now. I have a master's in international tourism, so I'm very interested in virtual worlds coming from the tourism and travel sector. So that's my background.
Amazing. Welcome. Daniel.
Hi, everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Daniel. I'm the founder and CEO of CyberHub. My background was actually in the technology industry, like the more traditional technology industry in San Francisco. I worked in a bunch of different tech companies. And then I, like many of us, kind of had an XR moment, and I got sucked into this space, and then that's it. You just start, moving your entire life and career into this space, and that was some years ago now. And then I dove in. I became a developer. I realized it was a little too hard personally to develop multiplayer custom VR stuff, and so which is really what we're talking about with virtual worlds. And so I started working on CyberHub to make it easier for other developers to build their own custom thing. I kind of chafed at the idea that we had to only build worlds within existing platforms like VR chat, or at the time Altspace was pretty popular, etc. So that's what we've been working on.
Oh, brilliant. We're looking forward to learn more from you. Moses, you're from where? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Lynn. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Moses. I am the current CEO and co-founder in Farm. I'm also a blockchain developer, so worked mostly in the blockchain space, either on real-world asset tokenization or on NFTs, and a little bit of experience in regards to virtual world. So that's my background, and a little bit of software engineering as well.
Welcome, Sabrina.
Hi everyone, I'm Sabrina Princessa. So I'm the founder of People's Inc. and Royal Visionary Society. So People's Inc. is a MarTech company, marketing technology. We are marketing automation software. And Royal Visionary Society is a platform that helps women founders grow in their business. And I'm from Singapore.
Welcome. We have quite a wealth of experiences here. And before we even go to our first questions, I just want us to talk a little bit briefly on culture. What is culture to you? This is what I found out from how I researched. I did take my dictionary, and this is what culture is. According to my dictionary, it's not Oxford. I don't know which dictionary is this, but it's a dictionary anyway. So it says culture is the beliefs, values, behaviors, and material objects that constitute a people's way of life. I couldn't go for a better definition for myself, but I want to hear from all of you. What is culture to you? Just briefly, and we will start from you, Sabrina, from your industry and what you've been doing. What is culture to you?
So I think culture is like what you mentioned. So I'm going to use an example like in my organization. So we are a work from anywhere kind of organization. So the culture that we're actually building is to let people actually explore, having in a way, a stable job, but also exploring like other opportunities. So in our company, what we did is that we actually created a gig economy within our structure itself, allowing people, like even operational people, to be able to earn more by taking up gigs in the system itself, so that they can kind of like increase in terms of what they bring back home. So in a way, we are actually teaching them, kind of like empowering them to make more, but also be able to manage their time more efficiently. So that's why we also use like we empower them with AI tools, so that they can actually do their work faster, more efficiently, so that they can also do like, take up the gigs to be able to kind of, in a way, earn more and, be able to grow with the company. And that actually helps in terms of retaining our people within the company itself.
Okay, Sabrina, that's quite extensive. I'm going to come back to you on that. Moses, briefly, what is culture to you?
So I'll define that in two ways. The first way is the dictionary way, which is just generally customs, values, and beliefs around a number of people or person, and how that is used or adapts to blockchain is in regards to, especially what we do at Investor Farm, is in regards to transparency and trust. So those are the two distinct areas in where we believe defines the blockchain community in terms of the financial technology it offers compared to other players within the sector, either the banking sector or probably other cultures. But again, it also depends on what you're thinking around. Maybe if you're thinking about in the side of virtual world, to be defined differently because we have a culture to that in the blockchain space. There's a culture to that in an organization, how you run your company, the sustainability aspect, how the do's and don'ts, the rules and norms. So culture can be explained in so many different ways depending on
Yes.
on the context
Yeah.
that you rely on.
Yeah, totally agree on that, Moses. Before I come to you, Daniel, I see my fellow colleague, Russell. Russell, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Russell. I am the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse. I basically do all the partnerships within the GatherVerse community, so community partnerships, sponsorships, that kind of sort of thing. And I'm also own my own company as well. I'm also an entrepreneur, and I also building a universal verification framework as well for AI at this moment in time. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell, really.
Well, welcome. So we are actually talking about culture, and everyone is defining what culture is to them. And I'm at you, Daniel, and then we come to you, Lisa. What is culture to you, Daniel?
Yeah, I'll go quick. I think culture for me really is about the customs, the habits, the routines, the foods, the phrases, and when we think about virtual worlds, we're actually thinking about to some extent mimicking real life. And so I like to think about culture in terms of real life and what happens there. And a lot of times it's about the kind of unsaid things, right? Like culture is sometimes the things that you can't read in a book. It's about the things that you have to experience, you have to live, you have to be a part of that culture to know. And you can read about it on Wikipedia. You can talk to people in that culture. You can be friends with the people in that culture. You're not going to know all the little bits and bobs of the culture unless you're a part of that culture. You really have to dive in.
Yeah, definitely. And Daniel, your mic is a little bit intermittent. When you come back to you again, I hope everything will be better. Lisa, what is culture to you briefly? And then we go to you, Russell.
Yeah, I heard what Daniel said actually, and I kind of agree with him that it's hard to make culture tangible. That sometimes the culture is just the customs and traditions and the things that you've grown up with as a child, you know, pastimes or the games that you play that we might play here in Ireland that won't be played in other parts of the world. And the way we take our tea. So I take my tea black. Some of my friends take their tea with milk and sugar. I think, you know, there's different culture can be surround food. So culture can surround shared experiences. And I feel for me, in relation to virtual worlds, it would be a lot about the shared experiences that would bring the culture into the virtual worlds.
Oh, definitely. That's lovely. I also relate to that. I think culture for me is how we do things. It includes language, food, how we just think normally. And Russell, what is culture to you?
Pretty much what everyone else said. I will add though, sort of like, you know, values and stuff like that, and also society as a whole. I think society and kind of how places are, and you know where, you know, what sort of things are in that location, or like you said, food, all that kind of sort of stuff. I think it's a mixture of all different things. I don't think you can just verify like sort of or justify one particular thing. But I definitely think sort of values and principles are a big sort of factor within that, within the whole society of, you know, that nation or that demographic, etc. So yeah, I think it's a mixture really.
Definitely. And over to you, our audience. You're free. Kindly feel free to tell us what is culture to you, and how do you see that intercepting with virtual words. I will start with you, Sabrina. How does culture manifest and evolve within virtual worlds? How do you see that interplay? And anyone can also chime in on this. Sabrina, the mic is yours.
Culture in terms of virtual worlds, right? I think that when it comes to virtual worlds, like for example, like festivals and all, right? You can actually kind of like experience different kinds of cultures using virtual environments where you can't really, because in a physical form, right, to be able to experience the different cultures, you actually need to be presently in that space. But with the virtual worlds itself, you can actually experience portion of that environment in a virtual place wherever you are, and allowing you to kind of like interact with different kinds of people from different kinds of culture, and kind of like get to know the different cultures, the different kinds of nations, people, and get kind of gives you a more multinational kind of feeling and understanding.
I'll just quickly jump in as well. I think there's a couple factors to this too. Like, for example, when it comes to virtual worlds in particular, like obviously there's set sort of metaverses and set games, etc., which have their own sort of culture within that specific game or metaverse, right? So I think that's kind of one factor within this too. And also the second factor is when it comes to culture, sort of independent, like yourself individually, the fact that you can basically be whoever you want to be within the virtual world or within the virtual space, like that allows you to become whatever cultural person you want to be. So I would say those two factors also are added on top of what Sabrina was just saying. But I think they sort of play a part within this as well. So.
Russell, as I was listening to you, I think you brought in another layer that I would love to follow up on. You said you can create your own culture in the virtual worlds. Does that mean I will leave my own material culture from my own physical way of doing things, or my traditional culture, and virtual world is like an escape for me to form another culture? Is that what you mean? How do you see that interplay?
Interesting question. I think you could maybe sort of incorporate that within the metaverse that you're going into. Like if there's a certain tradition that you want to bring in within the metaverse, absolutely you can take that with you. But I think it's more allowing people to whoever they want to be as an individual, and what their own values and what their own sort of internal things that they have for them. I think that's kind of more of a bigger standpoint than anything. But yeah, obviously they can bring them within the virtual space that they go into, absolutely. So it just depends on who the individual and sort of like what the use case is. So
yeah,
I will add to that just a little bit, because for me, when I started going into some of these virtual spaces a few years ago, I was in one space and it was quite dead. There was no one there. It was just me going around, like walking around as my avatar and just figuring things out by myself. So I do think as people who are maybe at the forefront or here before a lot of the mass entry into the space, that we need to build some direction and set some standards and give people experiences where they can express themselves in a way that they would like to in the real world. For example, when I went into Decentraland 2 years ago, they had a festival, and straight away they had avatar wearables with mushroom hats. And I loved it. So I bought a mushroom hat, but only because I'm a forager in my real life. So I felt that mushroom hat related to me, and I wanted to express myself or augment my real version of myself in this environment. But I do think it is up to all of us here and everyone at GatherVerse and everyone in the other metaverses that we spend time in to facilitate that and create that and inspire that by creating these wearables and these avatar costumes and these environments that allow us to augment our culture in a way that we feel fit. I created the Irish pub and the Sandbox metaverse 3 years ago, and there's technical limitations in some of these environments that are preventing us from adding culture. For example, I was told it was like a massive ordeal to add Irish music into the Irish pub. And for me, that was crucial. I said, this is a critical factor when it comes to my culture. I need the music. It cannot be elevator music. It cannot be any other music except Celtic music, or else the experience is off and then people won't be inspired to do their own thing. So I would just add there that I think it's on us or on the technical providers, these metaverse builders, I'm including myself in this, to provide environments and provide inspiration in how we express ourselves, or not ourselves, but express our culture through technology.
Sorry,
Definitely. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just jump in then? And then I hand the mic to you. I'll literally be 2 seconds. I know you run out of time. Just to quickly add to that as well, I did a New Year's event. I did one of the biggest New Year's events inside of Vauxhalls. We had over 10,000 people attend the event. We had over 7 different venues. We had DJs, live streaming, etc., etc. Right? I had over 30 different artists perform. It was crazy. The point of what you're saying about how you sort of bring that in, like the culture, we had our own sort of like, t-shirts and our own sort of theme party, etc. within this. And like how you're saying about that, we basically brought our own culture into the Vauxhalls, with the whole party that we did. And that kind of came across the board with everybody being at our party. So Lynn, I'll hand the microphone to you. I just want to quickly add that.
Yeah. Thank you for adding that. Was it Daniel or Moses who wanted to jump in on that?
I was going to quickly jump in as well and say that it's important. This is an important reason why I think that we need to go beyond just the established platforms that exist, because they all have their limitations, and then those limitations can sometimes limit our creativity, as well as, in your case, Lisa, your ability to insert culture.
Yeah, that's a very good addition. And just to also add my experience, because we all have very impeccable experience that we can all relate to. I remember I was also in Decentraland. My first metaverse experience was in Decentraland, and my colleagues, I had my friends from the African Meta Club. And what we were doing was to try and bring African culture into the Decentraland. So we started with our wearables. We started designing clothes that are more African traditional, because there was none. And we wanted to feel like we're still home when we are in Decentraland. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that across. And this second question, I think it relates to what we just said, but maybe I want to hear from you, Moses. In what ways can virtual environments preserve and promote diverse cultural practices?
Yeah, so we have seen many examples, likes of Mozilla Hub having virtual exhibitions of indigenous arts and cultural art practices, as well as just informing, allowing for different creators or different artists to promote their arts from very remote places. So we have Mozilla Hubs, we have VR Chat host, and some of these cultural exhibitions have gone a long way in even making the tourism sector in terms of people wanting to visit those places as a result of connecting to these different artists virtually, become even more exciting, because now you feel like you know something about it, and you probably want to see it. So I believe that the opportunity with all these apps being able to virtually exhibit this art from different artists and just showcasing it to different audience is a great way to build different cultures in the virtual world.
Yeah, definitely. I think art is one of the biggest form of culture. I think art defines the soul of what is in us. And just to go to the next question and shift gears a little bit, Russell, this goes to you. How do cultural norms and values influence the design of virtual spaces? And anyone can chime in on this as well.
I think we've got to be asking ourselves really is what values do we want to bring in within the virtual space? I think that's more the bigger question, right? Than how do cultural norms and values influence the design of virtual spaces? I do obviously think that your own personal culture will adjust obviously the surroundings around you in the virtual space, especially if you combine now with AI, because AI will be able to understand you, who you are, what you're into as a person, what your interests are, etc., and it'll adjust your personal sort of experience accordingly. But when it comes to sort of like values we want to bring in within the space, though, I think that's more of a bigger question. Like, do we want for it to be sort of transparent, right? Telling us exactly what it is, etc., right, and what they're doing and why the AI is giving this a personal experience, or is it like you just it just all really just sort of depends on what values you just want to bring to the space. I think that's the main point, really.
What values do you want to bring into the space? Lisa, you mentioned something to do with design and people, designers like you. Do you agree with Russell, or do you have a different view?
No, I would agree with Russell here. I think it's up to us to kind of decide what values we want to bring. I do see, like, for me, there's a natural sense of community when you arrive in virtual spaces, or more a borderless kind of global outlook. And I like that value. I like those values already. And I think they're organically there. People who are going to virtual spaces or even coming on to virtual discussions like this, we like communicating cross borders. We like it being, a community feel. We like it to be open. We like to be creative. So there's probably natural values that we will bring in, but I do think we probably need to decide a few more, and make sure that we don't have any, or kind of limit the negative negativity that can come across.
Definitely. And speaking of cross-cultural, cross-international relations, I'm coming to you, Sabrina. What role do you think virtual worlds play in facilitating cross-cultural exchanges and understanding? You are in Singapore. Asia is a very rich country in culture. I'm in Africa. We have diverse culture, and so many people who are listening and watching from us have a lot of culture, and we want to have that exchange. What do you believe? Please share your thoughts on this topic as well.
Okay, I think like in Asia itself, yes, there is different diverse culture, especially in Singapore, right? We are a multi-national country, so we have different races that are in Singapore, and that actually gives us a very diverse views on different things, perspectives, even languages. I think like virtual worlds are like modern Silk Road, for the lack of better words. They kind of like break down that geographic barrier, allowing people to really like engage with the different cultures that they never encountered otherwise. So in a way, like Singapore is kind of like that as well, where we have like all the different types of people there, being able to engage one another, we have people from the States, or, from Australia, from China, Malaysia, and whether through like, global events like this or collaborative spaces, these environments kind of like encourages like learning, sharing, and understanding to a very whole new level. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and I relatably, I want to share relatably on that, because I'm in a country where we have over 49 tribes. 49 tribes, over 5 million people, over not 5 million, I think over 6 million people who share 49 different languages. This is Kenya alone. And what virtual spaces do for us is to help us understand each other. And sometimes we make jokes about each other culture, but again, it makes us more united. And I really do agree on that. Daniel, I see you leaning in on this. Do you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I want to say that like I really think that we achieved globally kind of a really interesting moment with Zoom, and then later with the pandemic. That already kind of created, even this now where we're here, we're all in different parts of the world. We all have different ethnic and cultural backgrounds, and this helps. But when you go into these virtual worlds, it takes it to the next level, because it really gives you that actual bodily spatial presence in that world, especially if it's in virtual reality. And you get a lot of the extra things. Right now, you guys are only seeing about, a third of my body. You're seeing some hand movements, and I'm seeing myself, which is weird. And then in VR, like we're there, we're present, we hear people on the left, the right, we speak, we have an actual bodily presence, and it really does bring us all together in this kind of really interesting global place. And one of the things I've told people a lot is that VR may not be as good as in person in some regards. It's about 98% as good as it is in person in most regards, but it has two added benefits. One, it's that it can take us to fantastical places. We can go into these fantastical, mystical, crazy worlds. And number two, we can do it from all over the world in one shared place with generally minimal latency, which is really amazing.
Yeah, and I just want to put up onto that. And, you know, I don't know who is the creator here. I see a lot of you creating a lot of things, but I'm not sure who's the best creator to answer this. And I think, Daniel, you will also dominate on this. How can creators ensure cultural sensitivity and avoid appropriation in virtual environments? And anyone can chime in because everyone here is a creator in their own way. Daniel, please, and then we can go to you, Moses, and Lisa as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for anybody that's really interested in this space, I encourage you guys to really start diving in on creation. If you're super ambitious, download Unity and dive into Unity. If you're a lot less ambitious, there's plenty of options out there for you to really start getting your feet wet, from a bunch of different metaverse platforms, spatial.io, to things like Fortnite Creator and stuff like that. There's a lot of options at all skill levels of how good you are at 3D design or actual literal coding.
Moses, from a developer point of view, how do you see this coming to play?
I think it's very important to involve the different culture representatives, just to ensure there is maintenance of both authenticity and just respect certain values when designing. So for developers, it's normally so important to work with different people and just to ensure that they're educated on the different practices involved in creating different cultures, so that they realize the importance of the different cultures you're creating within the virtual world.
Very important to have everyone on board when you're creating these things. Lisa, you're leaning into this. Please add something to that.
Yeah, it would be the same for me. I would say it's important to involve communities where they are, from where they are, when they're developing, or when you're looking at developing a metaverse hub or a virtual hub for a destination or for a culture in itself. And I think that involves a lot of collaboration and liaison between the studios and the likes of CyberHub here and Daniel, who are creating the technology and the spaces and maybe the blank canvas for the creators to come in and put their footprint on that environment and to give the feedback required, what's needed. And that probably hasn't happened as much as it should have up to now. But these conversations are happening, and I think that the platforms themselves are reaching back out and providing, a way of communicating directly with them, and that'll be very important.
Lisa, you mentioned something very important. We are not yet there. We haven't seen that level of collaboration. Yes, there's the talks, but are we really walking the talk? Which leads me to a follow-up question on you, Russell. How do we walk the talk on collaboration? We keep on saying collaboration with the communities, but we have to understand communities diverse from all over the world. How do we bring all these communities from all over the world in creating very inclusive and cultural sensitive virtual environments?
I think there needs to be sort of like a universal unity, right? I think there's multiple ways in which you can do that. I mean, you can do that through events, right, in particular, where you can bring all different communities together to specific events. That's basically what we did when we used to do our events, a few years ago in Voxels. Another way to do it is also by sort of like your values, right, and your principles, and aligning sort of like your goals together, and kind of collaborating that way on sort of fixed goals and milestones which you can reach towards together. I think there's a few ways in which you can do it. It's a question really of what are the ways in which you want to sort of put them together in order to bring that coalition together of multiple people. I think that's more really of the question, really, and kind of like, why would people want to be a part of that collaboration rather than saying, hey, join my thing, right? So I think that's more of a that's my point of view anyway.
Yeah, and it's very important. Do the people want to be part of it? I never thought of that until you raised that. Do the people want to be part of building it? We might be forcing things, presenting virtual worlds that people don't want to be part of. And thanks for bringing that.
And also, sorry, just to add as well. And also, you got to think as well. I know this might sound a bit sort of vague or whatever, but people are also selfish, right? So they're going to have their personal interests involved in this as well and say, hey, what's in this for me? I know that sounds very sort of shallow, but that's the truth. And if you can incorporate that as in they have a win out of this too, and also being a part of this as well, and then getting like their benefits out of this too, then it's a win-win for both sides. You know, everyone collaborates and wins, you know, collaborates towards a specific goal, and then also they get sort of like their selfish needs that as well. So it's a win-win for both sides. So anyway, that's why I say it.
Yeah, it's a win-win. And I think this is where I learned from us, GatherVerse, where we bring people from all over the world and they get to share and express, and also they get to network with each other. I want to come to you, Sabrina. And I want to bring in the AI aspect to this question. In what ways can virtual worlds become platforms for cultural expression and creativity, considering the rise of AI, and AI is disrupting the creative economy as well? And anyone can chime in on this as well.
I think like the virtual worlds are like digital canvases. So it's like perfect for painting, you know, strokes of cultural creativity, whether it is like designing your avatar that reflects like your personal heritage, or creating spaces inspired by, you know, real world landscapes. These platforms really let people like celebrate and express who they are without limitations. So like in Royal Visionary Society, right, we created a space where women can actually share not just on their business problems, but also like, you know, like could be relationship problems or their mental problems or just everyday problems. And, you know, through all these conversations, we actually we put it with the our Serafina AI, which is like our community manager. And this AI itself kind of like it's forged by kind of like my digital twin, but at the same time also, you know, in response to the community itself, like how they would want, how they would like their community to become. And, you know, this tool also is available for like the community to create their own version of their digital twins.
Wonderful. I still love the concept of Serafina. Sabrina has been here quite a number of times, and she talks about her AI or her virtual team called Serafina. You can connect with her to learn more. Moses, do you want to chime in on this, or Daniel?
I mean, yeah, I think there's also so I'm also looking at this from an events point of view. Like I want to go back to sort of like the example we kind of gave earlier, which was maybe not the New Year, but like for example, we did a St. Patrick's Day, right? And St. Patrick's, you know, it's all about Irish. It's all about, you know, dressing up green, etc., etc. And I think like in the like the ways in which you can kind of sort of culturally sort of express that and the creativity within that, like all the sort of intimate details you put down, all the way down to sort of like the green leaf itself, right, for St. Patrick's Day. I think that's so important, because if you can get down to the minor details and make it look and feel the exact way in which that culture would feel like in Ireland, for example, then they get to experience that. They get to kind of go into that world and be able to be a part of that, including potentially having like an Irish AI, for example, right? I mean, wouldn't that be cool, right? So going around going, hey, I'm from Ireland, you know? So yeah, I think that's also kind of another way in which you can kind of do that, kind of going through different events. People get experience in those events and being able to do that. So.
Yeah, indeed. Daniel, and then Moses, maybe you can chime in too.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind that these virtual worlds are essentially platforms for ultimate creativity. And so one of the things that I usually tell people as they're diving into this and they're starting to realize like the extent of what they can or can't build is I tell them all the time, the real estate in VR is free. Like you can make it as big as you want. You can make it as tall as you want. You have no material costs. Don't think about, like, you can make the building as tall as you want. You don't have to think about the steel cost. There's no cost to the steel. It's all pixels, right? And so I think it's a platform for us to have maximum creativity and therefore maximum cultural creativity. It comes down to really time investment. And that's one of the things that's really interesting. I'm Jewish. My father-in-law is a rabbi. And he's like, we really need to get people in here and start doing, you know, minyan every morning in VR. I'm like, honestly, that sounds fantastic, but somebody has to step up and build it. And so if the Jewish community wants to do that, you have to step up and build it. Personally, I don't care enough about Minion to build it myself. I'm happy to build other things, but not that in particular. And so it's like it's also important, I would say, that these virtual worlds are an opportunity for us to do whatever we want. But each community, each culture that wants to do something in it has to step up and do it. And so far, we've seen a lot of gamer culture, a lot of nerd culture. We've also seen a lot of furry culture, which is really kind of fun and cool. I encourage you to explore that a little bit. But each culture on planet Earth can jump in and do whatever they want, and nobody's stopping you. Like nobody's stopping you. All these platforms are open to maximum creativity to dive in.
Yeah. And Moses, tell me, I see you're burning to add something to this. Please tell us what you have in mind. Tell us.
Yeah, so maybe just to add on AI, I feel like AI and virtual reality can help us democratize the virtual world. So we could have things like AI powered avatars helping create conversational abilities and with languages that would probably be endangered and promoting their use. And now with blockchain and NFTs, we even have more control of cultures and the creators having more control over their cultures and how their virtual worlds are shared as well. So I believe with other technologies, we're able to not just only have control, but even just make it even much more better in terms of experience.
Indeed. I think, Lisa, you want to jump in on this. I want to hear every perspective. Please, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I suppose for me, I love what Daniel was saying about no limits, just no limits at all. And then breaking down language barriers is really powerful as well. And for me, being able to express yourself in a different way without limitations is really powerful and has to be minded. But also, we still need that guidance. I do think we do need some leadership, like Daniel was saying. We need the Jewish community to create their environment. We need the Irish community to create their environment, the Spanish community to create their environment. So that's when we'll see how creative cultures can be. But also from the Metaverse Tourism Association's point of view, we think about everything in terms of tourism. And a lot of times when we think as a tourist, we think in terms of escaping. So it's not like creating my Irish pub for my Irish family who go to Irish pubs all the time, who know Ireland quite well. It's for going somewhere where I've never been before, maybe never will get to if I don't, have the economic capacity to get to it. So maybe Kenya, I want to go on a safari. Who knows if I'll ever get to go on a safari? Let me experience that virtually, and the Great Wall of China, I would love to go there. I don't know when I get there because I don't really like flying that much. So let me go there. So I think in these, I would like to see the technology being used to create those experiences that we already have familiarity with, but we may not feel that they're tangible to us, but they could be in a virtual sense. So that would be my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I love that. And I relate to you, Lisa, and I also welcome you to Kenya. Please make sure you fly here. You don't have to use a virtual world. And just to shift gears here, yesterday we had a very crucial roundtable. I believe Russell was there, and it was all about identities. But I want to shift it to more of the cultural side of things. How do virtual environments impact the development and transformation of cultural identities? Russell, I want to hear your view first.
Oh God, you've thrown me the hard question. Also, by the way, I want to go to the Irish pub. I've never been to Irish pub before, so I definitely want to try that.
Come on over.
Well, you're only like a flight away, so it's fine. So how do virtual environments? It's an interesting question because how do virtual environments impact the development and transformation of cultural identities? The thing is, it's more the other way around, right? It's more the individual and the identity, which is really creating the cultural environment. I would say it's the other way around, really, more than anything. But I guess if I took, like, for example, my event as an example, right, where everyone joined in, becoming a part of, for example, the St. Patrick's Day, it can have, knock-on effects, right? It can have, people can sort of incorporate those values and those kind of principles, etc., for that one night, because everyone's, raving and having a party and stuff. So everyone wants to join in, right? Everyone wants to be happy. Everyone wants to have that feel good emotion, etc. So people are going to be a part of that. So it can impact, from an environment point of view, it can impact people. But I also think from the other point of view as well, like the identity of the individual and the person can also impact the environment itself in which they're creating, and which we've all just expressed and shared on this panel. So I think it's more of a two-way question rather than a one-way question. And I really feel that, the environment can, change your values. It's kind of like the old saying is like, you're the person who you hang out with, like the five sort of people you hang out with, right? It's kind of the same thing. It's just as long as you kind of go around the environments you want to go in, right? And the cultural experiences that you want to experience, then I think that's really like the more important thing. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents, I guess.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. It's a two-way thing. I remember this is something Chris mentions, that technology is it technology? I'm not sure, but he can correct me. Just behind the time. Technology doesn't make people; it's people who make technology. Or something of this sort.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, he said that to me as well. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And Daniel, I see you leaning into this, and I want to hear your perspective of this. What do you?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here a little bit and get kind of a little bit philosophical, I think, and kind of take this a little bit sci-fi. Right now, we're kind of at the very, very beginnings of this, but you can imagine as we get deeper and deeper into this, it will be more over, all encompassing. And then we start to really have to wrestle with a little bit more of this question. So you can see this question being a little bit early right now, but we're already starting to see a little bit. I alluded to being Jewish a little bit before, and I don't keep kosher, so it doesn't matter too much. But what happens if you eat, pork in the Matrix? Right? Is it a sin to eat pork in the Matrix? And this is something that rabbis are going to have to wrestle with in the near future. They're going to say, and there's a lot of sci-fi books that talk about this. And I think you're also starting to see in the LGBTQ community a lot of interaction with this. It allows people to really show themselves as they maybe truly are, or maybe show a different side of themselves as they truly are. And so I think that it's a really interesting question to wrestle with, especially over time, as the virtual worlds become more immersive and as we can dive into them even deeper into potentially crazy things like, brain injection and things like that, where we're like fully there, kind of Matrix style. Then it gets really, really interesting.
Yeah,
Can I just comment on that as well, because I wrote about the 3 faces theory. I don't know if you've heard of it. So it's like you've one face that you use for your friends, you've one face that you use for work, and you've one that you don't show anyone. That's probably your true self, and the way you want to really express yourself, and like wear your mushroom hat and stuff. And I feel like that in virtual spaces, it does give you, like Daniel was just saying, it does give you another way of adding another layer onto your existing identity. So
potentially a fourth face.
A fourth face, exactly. It's a fourth face. So I definitely advise having a look at the 3 faces theory and then adding a fourth face for where we're going. And maybe that could be an expansion on this discussion or this question in particular.
Yeah, and that brings home the concept of virtual world is just an extension of who we are. The 3 faces that we are, and then we have now this 4th face that extends who we are. And Sabrina, let me just come to you. What challenges arise in integrating traditional cultural elements into modern virtual worlds? And I also want to hear from you, Moses.
I think the biggest challenge here is kind of like striking the balance between staying true to the roots and making it relevant to modern audiences. I think it's easy to oversimplify or misinterpret traditions. So creators need to kind of like respect the depth of those elements while still making them accessible and engaging. Yeah. So this would it's really about the balance and the authenticity, with the modern relevance.
Yeah, I totally agree. The balance. Moses, kindly.
For me, I'd say it's around ensuring there's accuracy between the traditional culture, transforming the traditional culture to digital formats, and one of the instances of this was with a game called Ghosts of Tsushima. It was a Japanese game, and they were trying to bring in the samurai culture, but there were issues with the accuracies and modernization of certain elements. So there's really a thin line between balancing that, and again, this builds back to what Russell said in terms of other people's interests as well, being part of the entire building process. So most challenges would come in with just trying to take the traditional culture into the digital format and not really talking to the representatives and having those details as clear as possible so that we can see an extension of who we are in the virtual world.
Yeah, totally agree with that indeed. And I'm going to shift to our final question, and I want to hear from each and every one of you. And I will start with you, Lisa. How can virtual communities support the preservation of indigenous languages and traditions?
It's a lovely question to finish on, actually, and I think we're very precious of the Irish language here in Ireland because it's been in decline, but it's now rising again. So I think there's a renewed interest in endangered languages and in languages in general, and I like the shared aspect. So if we can communicate through AI and using AI tools with people who we don't have a shared language with, then that becomes very interesting. How do we preserve it? It again goes back to the point I made at the beginning, is I do think we need to build those environments, those games within the metaverse or within the virtual worlds, whether it be quests, whether it be new buildings, whether it be, language, AI language agents that are hand-holding us along and bringing us along. And I see it as a transition from, we use Duolingo now as one of the apps, that we learn our languages on. I do think there will be some ways of learning languages within virtual environments in the near future as well. There probably are now, actually. So it's up to us to build them. And being from Ireland, I should be building the Irish version or helping that cause. I think everyone has that kind of role to play as we build out these virtual environments.
Yeah, it's a collective responsibility. It's up to us to build. Russell, I want to hear from you.
I mean, I'll definitely go to the Irish pub if you do build the Irish place out, that's for sure. But yeah, a kind of supporting the virtual communities, like preserving, I think it is part Lisa's points, but I also think it's part about collaboration too. I really think it is important that people do collaborate. And also, I also, something we haven't really spoken about either is kind of the accessibility point, right, too, as well. I think that's another important part too. With these, the devices, for example, Miller's glasses and stuff like that, right? I still think they've got a long way to go from accessibility standpoint. And I also think that can help preserve the endangered languages as well. Because if you can wear, a pair of glasses, and I can go to Ireland, for example, and speak to Lisa, and she can speak in Irish, and then my AI glasses can automatically translate that to English, I know exactly what she's saying. So I think that's part of it too. But I think also the part in which Lisa is saying as well, I think that's also important as well, and also collaboration, 100%.
Yeah, and accessibility, all the accessibility. Sabrina, please be brief.
So as you can tell, I'm Chinese, right? So but I can't really speak Mandarin. So the thing here is that through this virtual space itself, like AI, I'm actually starting to be able to pick up the language because as interacting with more people from China. I have to kind of use the translation tools to be able to understand what you guys are saying about the glasses and being able to hear it in English. So while I'm actually doing that, I'm kind of also learning the language. And I think in terms of tradition wise, right? Just imagine there are certain ancient Chinese traditions that can no longer be done in the physical space right now. But these traditions can actually be recreated in virtual spaces. So that actually kind of like preserves that tradition, even though it's not in physical form, but at least virtually, right? Whether you're using, like through your screen or the VR, you can actually re-experience that environment. So I think that, like these virtual communities and, spaces can really support in that preservation.
Wonderful expressions. Moses and Daniel, please be brief to close off.
Yeah, so mine would be maybe in regards to helping preserve the endangered languages, and we've seen Alphabet's project working with virtual reality developers right now to create virtual museums for people to be able to learn and explore these endangered languages, and also to just help preserve traditions for the future generations to come. So I think it's really important for us to understand how best to do this for the different languages from around the world, and to ensure that tradition is sustainable.
And thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, very briefly, I'll close it out with just reiterating what I said before, which is that virtual communities are an opportunity for each real world community to build what they want to build. And if they value it and they want to preserve it, it's an opportunity. And so I encourage anyone who wants to promote or preserve an existing culture to dive in.
Thank you. These were powerful remarks, and I enjoyed every session of this. And we could go on, but time is just not on our side. Thank you so much for the expressions. We look forward to having you once again, and our gather as well. Our dear audience, please feel free to connect with these amazing panelists. Over to you, Chris. Bye.
Hello everyone. Today I want to explore a fascinating topic that sits at the intersection of technology, economics, and ethics. How digital twins and AI are reshaping virtual economies and the ethical challenges that we need to address to make them fair. First, let's break down what a digital twin is. Simply put, a digital twin is a virtual replica of a physical entity. Whether it's a building, a machine, or more recently, an entire economical system. In the realm of virtual worlds, these digital twins simulate the behavior of real-world assets in real time. Think of them as highly sophisticated virtual mirrors that allow us to test and explore how systems might evolve under different conditions without risking real-world consequences. Now, imagine taking this one step further. What if we could create digital twins of entire economies? By mirroring market dynamics, labor systems, and even individual consumer behavior, virtual worlds can become a testing ground for economic policies, business models, and resource allocation. It's no longer just a simulation game, it's the future of economic experimentation. But here's where the things get complicated. As with any system powered by AI, these digital twins can carry inherent biases. AI models can inadvertently replicate real-world inequalities, embedding them into virtual economies. This is where ethical AI governance becomes critical. So, why is this so important? Well, let's think about it. If we create virtual economies where the same biases exist, like the gender pay gaps or the racial discrimination in employment opportunities, aren't we just reinforcing the inequalities that we are trying to escape in physical world? Without careful oversight, virtual spaces run the risk of perpetuating and even amplifying the societal inequalities. This brings us to the heart of the issue. How do we ensure that these virtual economies are governed fairly? How do we prevent biased algorithms from making life-changing decisions in virtual worlds that are becoming increasingly connected to our real lives? Well, the answer lies in ethical AI governance. This is not just a technical question, it's a societal one. To ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability, we need strong frameworks that dictate how AI systems are trained, how data is used, and how decisions are made within these digital economies. These systems must be designed with diversity in mind, factoring in multiple perspectives to avoid biased outcomes. It's not enough to have digital twins running simulations. We need to embed ethics into the very fabric of these simulations. And this means conducting regular audits of AI systems to ensure fairness, involving a diverse state of stakeholders across gender, ethnicity, and socioeconomic backgrounds to identify blind spots in algorithmic decision making. And third, building transparency into the code itself, ensuring that the decisions AI make are explainable and accountable. As we move further into the era of virtual economies powered by digital twins and AI, the need for ethical oversight has never been more urgent. These technologies have the potential to reshape not just how we conduct business, but also how we define fairness in the future world. Thank you for listening, and let's continue the conversation on how to build virtual worlds that reflect our best values and not our worst biases. Once again, thank you for listening to this important topic.
Hello and welcome to the Virtual World Symposium, day 3. And what an amazing 3 days it's already been so far. But today we have another amazing round table. And we're going to be talking about designing a new reality. This is going to be a very interesting topic, and I'm very excited for this one. So what we're going to do, if I could just ask everyone to kind of just mute their microphones so that we can just allow people, when they're speaking, we can hear them. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're going to do a quick sort of 30-second introduction from each person here. And then we'll get straight into the discussion. So we'll start with Paige Danzinger. It's good to see you as well, Paige. And yeah, please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Russell. And it is an honor to be with all of the members here on as a co-panelist. I am the founding director of Better World Museum, Horizon Art Museum, and Women in Horizon. I'm also on the leadership team of the XR Women and a global ambassador for the VR ARA. It is a delight to be here. And for the members here, I'm looking forward to learning about you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Paige. Anna Faye, welcome. And yeah, please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Anne Faye. I'm the founder and CEO of Leadership Coaching School and Business Consulting Coaching. I've been in the tech industry for 20 years, and this world is still continually changing, and I'm learning every day. I'm a global speaker actually on leadership. my favorite topic is how to transform bosses from hell to heaven.
Oh,
And our
wow.
company provides C-suite advisory services, training on strategy, leadership, and marketing communications, and we certify coaches. And to me, this topic is so important because we are advising leaders every day on what they could do with the whole digital transformation. So excited to be here on the panel to hear everyone's views.
I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on today. So thank you for joining us, Anne. Majana, is that how you say your name? I apologize if I do get it wrong. It's correct, right?
Yes, it's correct. It's Miriam.
Awesome.
It's actually Miriana, but never mind.
Midiana?
With like Y, Miriana.
Miriana. Okay. Miriana, over to you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Miriam. I'm coming from Jazz Communication Consultancy. I'm a multimedia designer with a background in IT, but I shifted to art and design. Therefore, I like to combine technology and creativity in my work. I'm here today to explore a roundtable panels topics through my master thesis project, where with experience coming from this project, where I actually created digital experience. Actually, it's a combination, a multisensory immersive installation, which help us reconnect with the nature.
Wow.
It places humanity and nature in the first place, and help us to explore how artificial systems can actually enhance our experience. Because for me, it is very important that what we feel, whether it's virtual or real, it becomes our experience. So AI definitely can help us in this matter. And I am very happy to be at GatherVerse for the second time and explore future connections between humanity and technology.
It's a pleasure having you with us, Mariana, and thank you for joining us today. Alec, welcome.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Fantastic. Hey, Russell and all panelists. Thank you so much, for inviting me here, GatherVerse team and Chris. Yeah, so I am a founder of a company called Animoy Solution. We are a Web3 focused design development agency. My speciality is, like obviously UI, UX, building metaverses and creating apps on blockchain. So I've been building up, metaverses, like they were called virtual worlds back then since 2007, right?
Wow.
And yeah, so that's quite old, right? So the idea is, like how can these spaces, like we start as virtual spaces, can actually transcend borders, can transcend limitations, and give rise to everyone, for a free self-expression, like in a world driven by a lot of prejudices, be it, I mean, so many, you can look around, right? So
Yeah.
how you can break them. And I also run 3 podcasts. One is called The Future of Web, where we get founders to come and talk about, how their work or their design or anything is impacting the space. And then there's one about tokenization, and then one about AI. Yeah, and I'm a guest faculty in a design institute, and I'm used to make short films, hopefully
Well,
to come back.
Well, thank you for joining us, Alec, and it's great to have you with us. And I'll definitely check out those podcasts for sure. Camilla, welcome. Last but not least of the panel, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So Camila Sanders, founder and CEO of Greater Than Equal. I do strategy consulting for creatives, working at the intersection of technology, equity, and social impact. And so basically, I help creatives that have this grand ideal actually execute that ideal and realize their visions. Also co-host on AI for Creators podcast and Fashion Futurist podcast. And so, kind of my mission is to help to educate people and expose creatives and marginalized people to these types of technologies so we can break down barriers globally.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Camilla. And all right. Also, I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Russell Bundy. I'm Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse, and also basically I handle all the partnerships, basically like sponsorships, and if you want to partner with GatherVerse, all that kind of sort of stuff. That's what I do basically. And I also I have my own company as well. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm also a CEO of my company too. So that's me pretty much in a nutshell. I like to keep it very simple and straightforward. Don't go on. So we've got more time for questions and for discussion. So let's start with the first question, shall we? Which is, what principles guide the design of immersive and engaging virtual environments? Do you know what, Camilla? Since you did such an amazing introduction, I'm going to fire this question to you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you really have to focus on the user. I think anything that you do, a lot of times people go off and they build these, wonderful, amazing things, and sometimes it's not functional. And so if you are really centering the user experience and looking from a perspective of the user that's going to be on there and making sure that the functionality is there and just centering the user in it. And then also making sure that it is immersive. So that's what we're seeing now with, augmented reality and virtual reality, those immersive experiences that are just, amazing. So I think those are some of the principles. I'm sure others have more.
Well, thank you for sharing, Camilla. And I'm also going to fire this question over to Paige, because you have a long list of many organizations that you're with. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this too as well, Paige.
Thank you so much. It's really, the truth is, my experience in building around 300 worlds in different platforms is that it's really, I'd like to back what Camilla said about the user and say that the user is also has its agency, has their own agency. So having opportunities to have input of what that world looks like as a user, it makes you a collaborator and rebalances like from being a consumer to being a creator, right? It gives that person agency. So we really start with inclusion, accessibility, agency, and like think of our users as collaborators, so that these worlds ultimately are of, by, for all.
Yeah, I think those are all important principles which you named there, including the community, of course, which are the users. So
yeah, I could think here.
Sorry, 1 second, Mariana. Obviously, those principles are completely important, Paige. I was also just going to add another principle to that as well, which you said accessibility was one, but also the devices as well. I think that's also important too, in order to be able to create sort of those immersive, engaging virtual environments too. So anyway, yeah, Mariana, over to you. What did you want to input today?
Yeah, like three main design principles are: the design is user engagement, that it provides interactivity with user design, and that has a good connected story. So it helps the overall context.
Okay.
In my master thesis, I also addressed all these three issues. I mean, topics, principles. When it comes to user engagement, it is done through visuals and sounds created by AI. So it evokes actual emotions from users, and they think about their role and their place in universe and nature. Because the topic of my master thesis is environmental message, raising environmental awareness. It is about, yeah, it is about how AI explores experiences actually an Amazon rainforest. So we have interactivity part, which I did through input data. They are collected from the nature, and they are actually the unifying parameter for all the processes in the plant. That is water pressure.
So when
Okay.
plants want to warn each other, when there's a transpiration process, when they grow, when they communicate via, I think it's mycorrhizal or something like network, the fungi under the
Okay.
ground. They also do everything through the changes in water pressure. So when you collect this data and put to as an input data for machine learning algorithms, then they actually talk about produce visuals and sounds, which are talking about Amazon forest liveliness.
So I just want to kind of jump back to the principles. So the three main principles were storytelling, and then what the other two? Sorry.
It was user engagement.
Yeah.
It is through visuals and sounds.
Yeah.
They entertain and evoke emotions. The second one is interactivity.
Okay.
And this is done in two ways. The first one is collecting data from Amazon and forwarding as an input data
Sure.
to machine learning algorithms. So it's actually reflecting communication of AI with surrounding. The second, second point of interactivity is a user. User can also communicate with machine learning algorithms. For example, they can place hands on the spherical LED screen, and this is like increase in temperature, and that is processed also as an input data.
Right.
So all these things can change visuals and sounds. So we have engagement, we have interactivity.
So what? Sorry. So just jump in. What's the third one?
The third one is the story.
Okay.
Storyboard narrative.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and the third one is storyboard. It's the narrative is actually to showcase how something artificial and modern, like AI,
Sure.
experiences something ancient and organic, like nature.
Okay. Well,
So-
thank you for sharing, Mariana. Because I want to get around the table because obviously there's a lot of other
Sure.
people want to input on this, but thank you for sharing.
You heard the three principles.
The three principles, yes. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. The next question now, which is how can designers create virtual worlds that cater to diverse user needs and preferences? So, Alec, I'm going to bring you onto this, and then we'll go over to Anne after. And Mariana, if you could just mute your microphone, that'll be great as well. Thank you.
Cool. So I will carry forward. I mean, the ladies in the first question threw it out of the park. With so many diverse principles coming into the picture. So I wouldn't say continue. Which kind of crossovers between the first question about principles and how you can make it much more diverse needs. Catering, which is the color theory, right?
Okay.
So what happens is that when you're designing any experience or anything for that matter, based on a color theory, as they say, for warm colors you take red, orange, other things, and for cool colors, and for environment friendly you take a little bit of green and yellows and hues of that. So what happens is so depending upon the context you're building it for and the audience that you're building it for, color theory in itself can play a very, very big and important role for adaptability, because in certain sections of the world, black is considered as a not a good color, right? In some places, red is not a very looked after or sought after color. So you have to be very mindful of the kind of background of people that you're building it for. And to add diversity, it can obviously have help from AI, where the certain parts of the environments can be dynamically generated based on the user, where I'm logging in from, because all those IP addresses and all that information is readily available, so you can have a sort of a custom, real-time custom environments being built. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Alec. And I also think maybe a part of that is from a data point of view as well. Like you can have from all the data you gather, you can kind of verify what sort of colors are best, and how can it be specifically defined, right?
Yes,
from
absolutely,
a UX
absolutely.
standpoint. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anne, over to you. What are your thoughts on this question?
Oh, great. I think all wonderful thoughts that everyone has shared. I'll probably add a couple. The first one is really about the linguistic aspects, because I think now a lot of the platforms, they do cover the major languages, but there are also the minor languages and dialects, as well as accents. So this could be one consideration where we can broaden the variety of languages that would then provide greater, how do you say, familiarity for the users. In the second area, I think it was also discussed in the previous panel, but I want to highlight here is that the diversity of culture for local context sensitivity. Because I think a lot of times the designer would probably see it from their own personal perspective, but how could we widen that perspective to take on a more worldview and really dive into the very unique cultures and bring that emotional connection to the users? The third area I want to talk about is about accessibilities. Of course, we talk about gadgets that might be maybe formatted for more neurodiverse users, because I think today there's a lot more awareness about different people who are adapting to this new digital transformation, and how do we bring them along in our journey without forgetting that they would need some customization to support their ability to come on the journey.
100%. 100% agree with all of those points. And I really think once once the glasses become stylish, and look cool, and don't weigh so heavy, then I'm sure a lot of people will adopt them, in their accessories to be able to, instead of be looking at a phone, you'll be looking in the glasses instead, right? So, here's another question, which is, in what ways does storytelling influence the development of virtual reality? So, Mariana, we'll come to you on this one in just a second. I want to bring Camilla in first, and then we'll go over to you after Mariana. So, Camilla, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, storytelling is really the fundamental way that humans connect, right? And so when you're doing storytelling in a virtual world, you want to evoke that emotion that is going to happen and really engage people. And that is really how you engage. It's not just the interaction, it's about that story and that journey that people are going through. And especially in the social impact space, I mean, you have the power with this virtual world to connect people, right? And to give people that immersive experience. And not only are they able to see and experience things, but they're actually able to go along with the story that will mentally and almost subconsciously like connect to you and evoke different emotions. So it's super important when you're talking about developing virtual reality or virtual worlds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I'm sure Mariana agrees as well. Mariana, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, storytelling narrative is very important. It sets the overall mood, the atmosphere. It sets the context. It also brings emotional depth and gives a framework for a user to interact with the design. In my master thesis, again, the story was about expressing how artificial systems, technology experiences something organic. So I wanted to put humanity and nature in the first place and to raise awareness about Amazon rainforest. Also, actually, it is inviting the story in my master thesis is inviting users to reflect on their impact on the nature.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with both of what you're saying there. I honestly, I haven't really got anything to add. I think those are both great points that both of you brought up. So, and I think that pretty much summarizes the storytelling side. So thank you, Mariana, for sharing that, and also Camilla as well. There's quite a few comments as well coming actually. FTV says great conversation. Luca says, for example, recently I found a treasure in One World 1, but I wasn't able to collect it and bring it to my space. I think he was referring to the question earlier actually, but yeah, thank you for sharing, Luca, as well, and FTB. And hello to Lynn as well, who just moderated the last panel. The next question now is, how can user feedback be effectively incorporated into the design process of virtual environments? So what I'm going to do with this one in particular is, Alec, I'm going to bring you in this because you're the UX UI expert here, I believe. Well, and then also Paige, I'm going to bring you on this too as well after, because you have, like I said, such a long list. Paige is crazy. So, Alec, over to you.
Sure. I think one way is, first of all, to understand whether the feedback is valuable enough or not. Because what happens is, when you ask somebody for feedback, it can also open a can of worms, like people can just say anything and everything, right? So it is always important, when you've taken feedback, fantastic, well documented, but you have to have that discernment, what should you listen to and what you should not listen to. The best thing to listen to, like as an incorporation for in the design process is when you listen to a variety of people who are talking about the same subject and pick on the common things, the common threads which everybody wants, as a feedback. Maybe it just could be, changing the icons size or maybe the font, or as simple as that. Or when you're entering it, what does the welcome screen look like, when you are entering into a virtual world? Does it open doors, or does it looks welcoming enough or not? So anything which is common factor among multiple feedbacks, start with that and then go more deep into individual pieces.
That's so interesting. Yeah, no, that is so interesting. Like, I honestly, like from a UI UX standpoint, I completely agree with that so much. So, yeah, and Paige, yeah, what are your thoughts? I'm sure you have a lot to add to this too.
Well, I have direct experience. This past week, I've been learning a new building technique. So I created a new world for my Women in Horizon group, and even set a date for tomorrow for an event there, right? A new avatar AI shirt party to show off our new shirts.
Where can people? Wait. Where can people go to that? I'm interested in that for a second. Where can people go?
Absolutely. All women and allies are invited to join. It's in the platform Horizon Worlds, which is accessible in a VR headset as well as a PC and mobile device, wherever like your access is accepting, or if you are able to access through a VPN. And it will be in a new published world for Women in Horizon. But in order to build this world, and I really just built it over the course of a week. I was impassioned with some new tools, and so I just went for it. But first, I put a poll in my group, and I asked the members if I didn't want to assume like I spent a bunch of time making a lounge, but that was like one of the very few things that people in the group wanted. They wanted more breakout rooms. They wanted business showcase areas. They wanted a shop to sell their items or like buy something, right? So areas that are supporting the community in different ways to foster more economic and connection growth. So then I built that, and I built all these spaces for it. But my floor was kind of tripped out. I did this thing with a couple of like transparent layers, and so I invited some friends in, and they said, oh, the floor makes me a little uncomfortable, or this, I'm not so sure, maybe the space is too large. And we tried every step and area to traverse in the world to navigate if some areas need a ramp or if some areas need this or that. And it was so helpful because I literally recreated that world using their feedback. And now I know that the world is more accessible to more people. And I was able to experiment in other ways that wouldn't make people feel dizzy if they were walking on my trippy floor. Instead, we have a trippy sky, or more, I put it in other places, right? So I was grateful. Sometimes you're in a bubble as a designer, and whether it's a client or a community, having feedback is important if it is a space where people will be.
Absolutely. The people will tell you exactly what they want, whether that's a certain floor design or whether something needs to be a certain color, like Alec was saying, or you know, how a certain world should be, or the culture, etc. You know, people will always give you that feedback. So thank you so much for sharing, Paige. And yeah, I can't agree with you more on that. So what role do aesthetics and sort of visual design play in shaping sort of like the user experiences in the virtual world? So Anne will bring you onto this, and then we'll also go over to you after Mariana. So Anne, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I love the fact that for something to be really great, it's to have a community of users who can test it and tell you how it looks, and for us to be able to edit it. But I think I'm going to bring on a very controversial point, is that if we create something that's beautiful, that's people are going to love it, and that's what drives the popularity and users onto the platform. But what if we were to show reality in its ugliness? How would that affect people coming on board, and would it create some sort of realization that perhaps our world is real, to appreciate what we have, and perhaps stimulate and motivate some of us to make a change in the real world for the better? So kind of just throwing this
Interesting.
out there for thoughts.
So how would that affect the visual design though, in shaping sort of like the user experience for that specific virtual world that you're saying?
I guess we could always create a perfect world in our visual design, and we could also create an alternative world, and that would compare and contrast so that users can experience both worlds and be maybe gamify it and to create some action points so that we can drive a topic, a theme, or an action for people to want to rally towards and make the change from the virtual to the real world, kind of connecting that interactivity and takeaway.
Interesting. That is really interesting. Mariana, what are your thoughts on this? Like, what role does aesthetics and the virtual design play in shaping like the user experience in the virtual world? Like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it has a very important role, crucial role, because it's similar to context. It's setting the mood, the atmosphere. It enhances the overall immersion, and it evokes actually everything with everything starts with the design. And if design is good, then the story is flowing, and the overall message of design and virtual world is easily conveyed. But what aesthetics do, they evoke emotions and provide a deeper connection with the users, with audience. Everything is about that. So I was just recently looking at some newly created generative AI videos. It's about a mermaid. Mermaids were caught in the nets and extracted from the water, and those mermaids, I don't know if you've seen these videos, it's pretty ugly, and it was repulsive, and it was like very strange animals with big noses and ears, and there was no aesthetics, and it was not appealing. So there was it also produces some kind of emotions, but it's not pretty. It's nothing aesthetic, but definitely aesthetics play a role in evoking emotions, whether those emotions are positive or negative.
I can see Paige is agreeing. She's like, yes. I saw it in the comments page.
Yeah, so I'll just follow up on Anne and Mirjana, is that people often look for safe spaces, but we don't live in a safe world. We live in a world full of reality, and some of that reality is very ugly. We have horrible human rights infringements. We have everyday ecocides. We have racism. We have political divisions. We have arguments over human bodies and policing each other in the streets, and building worlds and experiences that explore these realities what is ugly is silence or neutrality. And really, ugliness is pretending that these facets aren't in the world and just seeking that safe space. But we really need our brave spaces to express the realities of our lives and our culture and social experiences. And by doing so, we're able to, I believe, create worlds that we deserve and that can set a path for not only healing times and ancestors in periods of the past, but also create a stronger platform and foundation for the future. We have an opportunity, right, to create a better world, a stronger world, a more equitable and diverse world. And what would be ugly is not to use these technologies to do everything from protect nature to protect our neighbors.
Well, thank you for sharing, Paige. And also, like, I think, with the whole AI side as well, like, advancing so much, it can improve the aesthetics so much more, right? And also from a design standpoint, and also be able to speed up in creating these different design points too. So I just kind of want to sort of add that part to it as well, because I definitely believe AI will definitely have a big sort of collaboration and part as we move forward. So thank you for sharing, Paige. Which obviously is our next question. Well, it's not obviously our next question, actually. The next question is completely different, which is, how can interactivity and user agency be enhanced in the virtual reality design? So, Camilla, you're smiling away with that bright smile of yours. So let's get you involved with this. Come on.
Yeah, I actually think this question totally relates to the one just before, because it's kind of like, yes, design is very important as far as evoking emotion and getting people involved, but also it needs to be functional. You have to have a design that is functional and that users can be very interactive. So whether that's interacting with their environments and being able to have the autonomy that if they do a certain thing in the world, that it actually reacts to that thing that they do in a realistic way. But then, or not in a realistic way, but it reacts. But then also allowing people to kind of like choose wherever they want to go and what they want to do in different paths. And even more than that, when I was thinking about the last question, I was thinking about, well, there's a lot of examples of worlds, or if you think about like Roblox, right? That is
Right.
not visually appealing at all, but it's more about that collaborative environment. So some of the best worlds, they foster that collaboration and that connection and the interactivity with other people and kind of that autonomy to do whatever you want in that world. So I think that's really what enhances the design.
Wow. You've unspilled a lot there, Camilla. That's great. You was like holding that in. You was like, Russell, just let me go. I want to release it. That's brilliant. Alec, what are your thoughts on this quickly as well?
No, so I think what Camilla said, it's really important. And what I would just, slightly add, if I may, is that if you gamify any experience, what that does is, it adds a little bit of interactivity, and it makes everybody, the user, loosen up a little bit, because once you add gamification, the instincts come into the picture, that you want to play it, you want to earn some rewards, you want to earn some tokens, and, just have a good time, not make it very aggressive. And that's where the game designer as a role, as a person, plays a very, very important role, of how to design that game.
It kind of makes me think as well, like there is people inside of Roblox, right, creating their own virtual worlds and stuff, right? They're literally like the creator, like the designers, you're saying, right? But also at the same time, they are also making a ton of money from doing this, right? Like kids are becoming millionaires, right, from being on Roblox. So it's very interesting how you're saying the gamification aspect and then also being the internal designer. And it's like their community are the internal designers and are the people that are earning the revenue from that. Like, what just quickly, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a very good way, because see, for anything to be sustainable, it needs to make monetary beneficial sense. You know,
Yeah.
like if somebody's not earning anything, like the variety and the volume can make a difference. But I'm saying, if any platform, like, all of us are here on a professional way, right? So for professionals, anybody trying to do anything, they need to make some money out of it, right? You can obviously do your all social needs, and we want to support a lot of charities, support a lot of people with education. All that can only be coming from the heart when you are self-satisfied professionally and making decent living. So
That's true.
that point of view, it creates a very good ecosystem. So it's gamifying it, it's getting more users, it's paying handsomely, as you said, to the creators. So in a way, it's creating a very good ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard about that, my mind was blown. So when I heard that, I was like, "What? No way!" But yeah, it's true. So, so the next question is, what technological innovations are most critical for advancing virtual world design? And obviously, we've touched upon it, like AI and stuff like that. But I want to bring in Mariana on this because we just Alec, you just spoken, so I want to bring Mariana in because she's like the AI guru right now, right? And also we'll bring in Anne as well into this conversation. So over to you, Mariana.
Technological innovations, which are most critical.
Yes.
Again, we are about visuals and design and aesthetics. Those are graphic engines. Alec also mentioned gaming, and we cannot think about the gaming industry without strong graphic engines. So you can see this from popularity and profit the NVIDIA is making. So you cannot think about any Mac PC without NVIDIA or similar. So definitely graphics. Then probably robust hardware, which can hold the virtual world. Because internet as well, if we think about metaverse, maybe some territories, infrastructures, or people, even users, could be cut off due to lack of these technological components, for example, internet and hardware. So, and of course, AI would be very significant component because AI really drives innovations these days. So this rapid development of AI is definitely going to add pretty much to development of virtual worlds.
I 100% agree. AI is like one of the most critical technological innovations of our time. I get blockchain is great and everything. I get the metaverse and VR and XR and all these amazing other technologies, but AI is just one of those monsters where it's just like it's wrecking havoc and everything, right? It's not just one particular industry; it's all industries on another level. So, Anne, over to you. What are your thoughts on all this?
Definitely AI, 5G, and since you mentioned, I was gonna say blockchain is critical. Because it's not just for every industry, but in particular in the virtual world, how do we manage digital ownership and asset transfers? Because at some point in time, when you're buying the houses in your virtual world, you will be transferring stuff from the virtual to the real world. So perhaps blockchain is that next technology, which will be critical in advancing the design and the use of the virtual world. One big question also, now that we have sight and sound, what technology will bring in that smell that will create a full sensory experience?
True. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be crazy. And also we're going to have, robots as well. And there's going to be so many different crazy innovations happening. By the way, we don't have much time left. What does AI smell like? Christopher just said. All right, that's funny, Christopher. That's funny. Okay, so let's go on to the next question because we've got literally like 2 questions left. So my question, and this question is, how can designers balance creativity with functionality in virtual environments? Camilla, we'll bring you on this one, and then we'll go to the next question, and then we'll bring in other people so that we can finish these questions off. So Camilla, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I probably have a quick answer. I think it's about collaboration. So, collaborating with the technical side, the engineers, the creatives, and then also collaborating with the community, right? So, a lot of times creatives
100%.
go in a silo and they build things, but you have to, every step of the project, before launch, during launch, after launch, you're always collaborating with the community. And they're going to tell you, like, hey, this does not work this way, or this doesn't, you know. So that's, I mean, you have to have someone that's going to step outside of what you're doing and actually like test it, you know? So just that collaboration and communicating with your community.
Absolutely. And we'll go straight on to the next question, and then Alec will bring you onto this one, which is what strategies can be employed to ensure accessibility and the design of virtual realities? I think this is a great question for you.
Well, I think the strategy first is, like I'll come back to the basics, there was a strategy called KISS, keep it simple, stupid.
Yes, I love that one. That's my motto.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so the very, very important, first thing is to talk to the users. All of us have said it, in different parts, that talk to the users. Once you understand from the users, the community, what they're looking for, then everything else, can be built up on it. However, there's a caveat that sometimes, user can only know, whatever they've experienced. I'll give you an example of Apple. What they did was, till the time, iPhone came out, everybody was, playing with better buttons, bigger buttons, smaller buttons. Everybody's trying to play with, those Blackberries and button phones,
Yeah.
with QWERTY
Yeah.
keyboards. But Apple, came up with something out of the box with, like a flat screen, only screen phone. So sometimes, you have to have that innovation, maybe without going to the users, because very few users would have thought about it, right? So it's like a mix and match of, what you want to do directly, expressed by the users, and how can you build something that users may not think of at that point in time, right?
What,
So, and
sorry,
that's, yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just also thinking that kind of just made me think, like, what just this is a very quick question. What are your thoughts like on no code sort of AI, right? Accessibility virtual spaces. What do you what's your quick opinion on that?
Well, see, no code AI is definitely very good. It's going to help a lot of people. So you see a lot of people who are designers, trying to build applications with, trying to have code written by ChatGPT or bot, and people who are non-designers trying to create some designs with the use of AI using different platforms, right? So coming to virtual spaces, there are definitely a lot of platforms coming up, which are creating 3D spaces with just a simple prompt. However, what is important is for somebody who hasn't built any space, what sort of prompt you need to write. That's where the creativity and the learnings will come into the picture. Because otherwise, keeping the question in mind, accessibility will not be there. It might just look pleasing, but accessibility for people might not be a reality then. So it's just a mix and match. And plus, I was just going to say A/B testing. Like it's a very important term that you build it and test it, then gather feedback and then reiterate it. It's a continuous process.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and also I was just thinking like AI side, can spin things up very quickly, use AI to be able to collaborate with. Apparently we only have 5 minutes left, so we'll get into these last two questions. And we'll bring you on to this one, which is how do ethical considerations impact the design and development of new realities? You've got about 60 seconds to answer this in, so fire your best shot.
I think technology is meant to harness and empower humanity. So if we were to do that, the ethics really is about how can we be responsible to create something that is compassionate, empathetic, with collective intelligence, and being able to care for everyone and make a better world. So I think if we summed up the ethics, it's about being responsible and caring.
Oh, wait. Okay. Well, this is our last question, actually. So, Paige, you can jump on this too. What are your thoughts? I didn't realize this was our last question. Apologies. So, yeah, what are your thoughts, Paige?
Thank you. I really loved the last, Anne's statement. And that's left me the idea of being more loving and caring, right? And that includes looking at the realities of the tools that we're using. I love AI. I love it so much. I use it every day, but I'm really concerned that it is inspiring like new nuclear facilities. So we need to, as I said, discuss some of these uglies, and create what is actually the best road maps for not just humanity and nature, but beyond, right? Where we're going to be including space travel in these discussions before not too long, as well as creating more cities that are edible and functionable for all members in our community, not just like the fancy mall strip for people downtown. These technologies, our ethical standards need to broaden and expand dramatically. Discussions like this will help do that. Thank you.
100%, 100%. And I'll just add to that as well: transparency, accountability, fairness,
Accessibility.
non-bias, accessibility. Yeah, we can go on and on and on, but I think we are pretty much out of time, as I believe. So thank you very much to everyone for joining us today on the panel. It's been amazing having you all here. So much has been discussed, so much has been shared. So I appreciate all of your time here at GatherVerse, and thank you for all joining us. So make sure you all go and check them out on LinkedIn, of course. Make sure you search them up, search their names, connect with them, and have loads more interesting discussions. Or even if you just want to, collaborate, then definitely do that as well. My name is Russell Bundy. I am the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse, and this has been an amazing panel. But it's over from me, and it's over from the panel. And Christopher, I'm going to hand it over to you. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Greetings, hello, and welcome to our last fireside chat of the Virtual World Symposium. Well, today I'm very privileged to host the founder himself of GatherVerse, and we're going to talk about humanizing virtual world. Christopher Lafayette, please introduce yourself to those who don't know who you are, but basically they do. But please tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Well, Len, I'm certainly happy to be here with all of you today and on this third day of the Virtual World Symposium, which has just been outstanding. We're coming off the heels of really a fantastic roundtable discussion, and we even have a powerhouse that's already situating in the green room here at the GatherVerse studios, and we're really excited to hear what they have to say. I'm Christopher Lafayette. I am founder of GatherVerse, emergent technologist and humanitarian, and I'm really I'm just so inspired right now. After 3 days of people just expressing on a real authentic level of what it means, the virtual layer to them, which there's so many notes that I know so many of us here at GatherVerse.live in our global community are taking and have received. And so it's a lot to unpack and process, but each speaker, each expression, everything they have said has mattered. And I'm never looking at virtual worlds the same again.
Likewise, I'm never going to look at virtual worlds the same after Virtual World Symposium. Well, Christopher, you've always been a humanitarian, and you have evangelized humanity first at the development of emerging technologies. And just give us a brief view. What does it look like to humanize virtual worlds for you?
Well, I think thematically, if we start to look at, and I think it's a good question, and so thank you for asking that, Lynn. Thematically, it just seems to me that what we've experienced just this week alone has been about community centralization. As I've once said years ago, that at the heart of the metaverse, if you will, that's a virtual ecosystem of interaction and communication. It's people, it's community. Part of our core standards at GatherVerse is community development. And residually, that's one of the big things that I take away today. What are virtual worlds? What is virtual extension, but an extension of humanity and nature itself? And it's so precious to see and to understand that people really have come around to the other side of technology and not to appreciate it in terms of it's the components and the products of what make these platforms, but more so the people that build them, innovate them, and use them. It'll always be about people, if you will, when it comes to the pipeline of progressive scale and adopting. And so for me, when I think about the virtual existence and humanizing virtual existence, it really starts here at places like GatherVerse, places where people can come together and congregate to be able to share and express from their different perspectives around the world. It's really a powerful experience at this 26th event that we have.
Definitely people first. I'm not sure if you can see me. I see a lot of latency. Please let me know if you can see me. Okay, thank you. So you said people first, and another concern that I have seen you raised when you're talking about people's policy. You recently founded the Hyper Policy to develop policy for an hyper-accelerated technological world. What are these policies that you would love to see in the development of the current virtual worlds, and what is coming in the future?
Yeah, so I think, and that's also a good question. We launched hyperpolicy.org, and we're doing some really fun stuff with a number of different people that are part of this. And we're working on a lot of different things in our laboratory, such as dealing with the AI-powered metaverse in a very authentic and ethical way, dealing with, when we talk about and use the terminology superintelligence, but ethical superintelligence, what that actually looks like in the exploration therein. Let's say in the ascendancy and the hierarchy of AI development, we're in so-called simple narrow AI on our way to so-called AGI, artificial general intelligence, Ethereum mind, self-aware, and then getting into, you kind of look at it and it's like we create technology before ethics are established. Ethics stem from morals. Morals come from people, but ethics are agreed upon rules. There's a colloquialism that's involved with it. And we as technologists are some of the most poor thinking people when it comes to safeguarding humans. We're absolutely sometimes the worst at it because we get so fascinated and fixated on innovating. We do that really well. But when it comes to safeguarding humanity, we're really bad at that. We're horrible at it, actually, because we're at such a cutthroat race to innovate and to disrupt. And I'm guilty of this as well. I'm here in Silicon Valley. We were taught off those first principles of disruption, thinking about how it is that we scale. And now we're in the era of the hyperscale, if you will, as an accelerationist that I don't believe in moving slow. I do believe in staying ahead of the cadence and the tempo of technology. But it seems to me that it's come to the reality of, at least for me, that's impactful, and certainly within the past many years, that the ethical considerations of artificial intelligence integrated into the virtual layer is one of the most important things and narratives that we need to be thinking about and spending our time on. Unfortunately, the reality is sometimes we don't care about these things until something happens. And then we have to go back and do damage control. But we shouldn't think like this. We shouldn't think about maybe we should invest a part of our capital raise and investment. When you're raising these seed rounds in Series A and going to an acquisition, when you start to think about what you're putting out there, what you're building and deploying out there for us to be able to adopt at this rapid clip, why don't we consider spending some of our capital investments instead of research and development and building the next thing on top of a credible thing that we've already built? Why don't we think about safety and ethics and wellness and what it means for people to interact with these platforms to be able to mitigate a lot of the obstacles that a lot of companies are subjected to? And it does impact companies in a major way when ethical fallout happens that could have been prevented. So us talking about ethics isn't us to say safeguard the thing that we know which not. The idea of putting in ethical considerations now instead of later is one to help protect companies to be able to preserve what it is that they've built. Without ethics, I think you're building on a foundation of destruction.
Oh, Christopher, that was so deep. And you mentioned something very, very powerful, that innovators often just want to innovate. But for the people and the consumers, I'm going back to the people and the consumers again. How do companies, how do policymakers, and how do consumers come together to form this policy even before the innovation just erupts more further?
I think that's a great question, because if you look out there, the natural question or the answer that we would usually hear is that we need to build a framework. We need to build another framework, a manifesto. we need to build another white paper. There's already frameworks, manifestos, and white papers that exist out there. They're all over the place, actually. The problem is that nobody knows that they exist because we're subjected to limited algorithms when it comes to us sharing a white paper and market. When we go to social media and we share anything, we're subjected immediately from the first post that we launched to the last post, if you will, in that given standard setting, we're subjected to algorithms. And that means people may not see it. What I really enjoy almost the most about GatherVerse is that we've created a platform that allows people that are doing incredible things that may not have huge markets. They may not be part of these multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies, but they are building and innovating just as well as anyone else. But it gives them a voice to lend and to share and to make them transparent. That's one of the biggest value that I've seen and that I take away from GatherVerse. And so to answer your question directly and specifically, Miss Lynn, the idea is to hold a global cloud consensus, to be able to centralize all of these frameworks, white papers and manifestos, put them all together, filter them out, and then come up with a defining way that's universally focused forward. That's some of the things that we're doing with Russell and what he's doing when it comes to his verification platform, the universal verification framework. He's now part of the Hyper Policy Lab with some incredible things he's going to announce soon. That's some of the things that we're working with so many other people that we haven't even made this public yet when it comes to GatherVerse or Hyper Policy, but we will. And there's other events that we're getting ready to deploy and launch that are kind of touch on a lot of these things because GatherVerse centralizes community leaders. Look, some of our GatherVerse speakers, they have their own entire communities of thousands, tens of thousands of people, yet they find time to be able to come here as the central meeting place in the world for us to be able to talk and express these things.
Very powerful, and I can testify to that. We've been centralizing people from all over the world. I among them, who is here in Nairobi, Kenya, people from all over the world. Okay, I am not sure if you can hear me. Did I lose you? Or did you lose me?
You're here. You're good. We got time for one more, I see.
Okay, thank you. I want to boil down to more of the impact of AI, and one of them has been the labor markets. We have seen extremely tremendous shifts and a lot of layoffs, and so many people are shifting from their careers. Coming from an entrepreneurial point of view, you have been an entrepreneur for the longest time that you have been. What are some of the opportunities that you would encourage people, or someone who is going through massive layoff, or they're just uncertain on what to do next? What would you tell them?
You know, it's fascinating that you asked me this for this last question that we have, and then I'll be able to share here with the GatherVerse global community, especially those at GatherVerse.live, and I see the few that are hanging out in our different social platforms and streams. Listen, disruption is susceptible to disrupting its own self. Disruption is susceptible to disrupting its own self. We're seeing people here at ground zero of AI innovation and development in Silicon Valley. There's a whole entire workforce filled with unemployed people. So the thing is, and it's really simple, that if we're going to extend reality, then we must bring reality with it. There's no point in having any type of virtual world, a virtual extension, a virtual layer, if we haven't satisfied the needs of the people that innovate, that build, and that cohabitate and inhabit these installations that we're wanting to extend. In other words, we can't take care of another world if we haven't even taken care of this world. That's all I have for you. That's what I got.
You know, Chris, you have so much wisdom to share, and we just have only a little bit time to do it. But I'm sure with all the certain GatherVerses the future events that are coming, you will share more, and we will have a lot of people sharing more of these sentiments and more. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the next Gather. May our Gather be well. Our next panel, you're open. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Lynn, and we'll turn it over to Russell now and the incredible roundtable that's coming up.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for staying here with us for this wonderful panel. I'm excited about the role of humanity. To speak about that, I'm Lubna Dajani. I will be your host for this next few minutes. I'm sure it'll go a lot faster than I would have wanted to. I'm excited to see all of you here. I think it would be great if I could have you. Okay, now I think we have the full set of panelists on with us. So if I may ask you all to please introduce yourselves. And I would start with you, Atiba. And then, and please all forgive me. I'm used to be the one that has my name butchered, and I know I'm going to butcher yours, but you'll have to forgive me. So, and help me out here. So I'm hoping that we can make this into a discussion, and that you can all just unmute and engage. So, Atiba, without further ado, please.
Well, Lubna, first and foremost, thank you for having me. And you got my name absolutely correctly. So yes!
Yay!
Okay, so you're batting 1,000, and that is awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Atiba D'Souza. I run a marketing agency, but really I'm a messaging coach. Okay, and this is such a great conversation that we're going to have today, because as the world becomes more digital, understanding communication and how we communicate with each other becomes more and more and more important. And that's what we help people do. That's what we help our clients do, figure out how to communicate with their ideal customers in the best way possible.
I think I'm going to have to call you after this. Thomas, and then if I may ask you to just pass the mic to the next person, unless you want to unmute and I can call on you yourselves. But please, Thomas.
Hi, I'm Thomas R. Wilson, probably the simplest name in the group, but I love it. So I run RNH Creative Advocacy, which is an organization that helps serve underserved communities like mental health, neurodiverse, LGBTQ. Sorry, those letters are always a lot from my mouth. I do storytelling, I do consulting, I run multiple Dungeons and Dragons groups, just about everything at this point. And it is all designed to use storytelling on and off the internet as a means to help people build real life skills and develop and raise their voice so that they can best live their life and best fight for the life they deserve. And then just because I see it right below me, I'm going to go, and I apologize if I butcher your name as well. I'll go to Ganesh because I can see it right under me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ganesh Raju. Thanks, Lubna, for the panel, and privileged to be part of this panel. So I live in Texas, based out of Houston. Been at various capacity for various tech roles, been as an innovative officer, digital transformation leader, AI advisor, do a lot with AI for last 10 years. I'm a serial entrepreneur as well. I have a couple of companies that I run, which focuses on Web3, sustainability, and AI. Again, glad to be here. Nice to meet you all. So I see next, Abhilek.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Ganesh. And yeah, thank you, Lubna, for having me here. This is
Thanks.
Abhilek Verma. I run a startup which is incubated at IIIT Hyderabad. So we are into artificial intelligence and machine learning, working very specifically with the student community for jobs and internships. So we match them, as well as we do corporate trainings. I also run Azure Developer, Omdena, and ADP list for the local in terms of AI. And as a startup mentor, I've really been fascinated with AI. But then there's also a part of sustainability and the human connection. So that's really an important thing, and I'm doing a research on that as well. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here a second time at GatherVerse. So yeah, thank you so much, Lubna, for having me, and looking forward for a great discussion.
I'm grateful to be amongst you guys. Yes, please. But I was going to try and say it, but go ahead and introduce yourself. You need to unmute, please. Majusu, can you unmute? Oh, we lost him. Asya?
Thank you, Lubna. And just so you know, you said that perfectly. Hi, everyone. I'm Asya Bribieska Hedin. I'm a leadership coach and trainer. So I spend most of my time helping people and organizations focus on whatever that roadblock is. They haven't been able to move as quickly as they'd hoped. And I'm really excited about this conversation in particular because we hope that there's this ideal way to interact and engage with AI and use all of this tech and brilliance that's available to us, and that we can set these parameters and rules around it. So I'm excited about this conversation because we haven't even done a great job yet of doing that as human beings, like human to human, in terms of having this standard agreement of how to be with each other. So it's interesting that we're hoping that somehow we'll be able to create a standard agreement about how to be with AI. So I'm really excited to hear from all of you and to just grow this conversation.
Oh, thank you for saying that. Alexander.
What should I say? Good morning or good evening? I am here in Dubai, and it is 10:15 p.m. So
nice.
Yeah. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whichever way, wherever you are. So I head an e-commerce operation. So it's a grocery startup which we are doing. In my career, quite a lot of companies which I have worked for. Predominantly, it has been a startup nature only. Either I have been first in the function or the first employee in the function. So that is how it has worked out. In my job, I do have a lot of interaction with people of different strata, right from helper, labor to a supervisor and manager. So obviously, when a technology comes, I do feel a little bit concerned at times because the whole objective of any technology is to look at reducing manpower and automating things. And when we talk about humanizing the technology or looking at humanity, this becomes very close to my heart. So when this request came, I was very happy that I would be able to participate and also try and learn from such eminent panel things that is happening and how it will contribute, how we can bring change. It may not be a big one, but small within our area, within our group. So every small step just adds to it. So Lubna, thanks, and thanks to the panelists. Looking forward to learn and to contribute what happens in the corporate, because the best part is all of you are founders. I am not founder. I am a business manager. So as a business manager, probably I'll give a different perspective to it. So looking forward to it, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I was hoping that he'd be back.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll come back with us, and we'll bring him into the conversation. So my background is in systems analysis and design. And I went into I thought I was going to be a doctor. Then I decided to be since I wasn't going to be a doctor anymore, I thought I would do systems to help people with their external systems rather than internal, because I blame it on the Jetsons and the movie Tron, but I imagine everybody's going to have a computer and everyone is going to be connected and we'll all be freed. And when the mobility came, when the web came, it started to become a reality. And then when mobility, I said the web untethered people and mobility untethered the web. And I imagine now it can free us to get to know each other, one another. But like all powerful things, there's always two sides, and how it's applied is a reflection on what's inside. We earlier several panels talked about ethics, and I work on a lot of ethical standards, IEEE ethical standards. I invite everybody here to check them out. because it's a lot of work that's happening on standards. But as Christopher mentioned earlier, how do even people know they exist? So IEEE 7010-2020, which was on the assessment of AI for and autonomous systems on well, practical considerations for on human happiness and well-being, and most recently, this year, the 7014-2024, which is on emulated empathy. So when people talk about does the machine have emotion, whether it has emotion or it understands, assesses your data points, and then emulates, and when you mimic someone, that's the strongest way of influencing them. And when you combine that with neurotech and nanotech and exoskeletons and quantum compute, so the combined capacity of technology is enormous, and it accelerates our ability to advance across all fields of science and technology. But that power is now sitting with the corporates. And what drives corporates is profitability. So how do we shift the narratives from talking about even how AI is going to do this and that to us, to how do we, in fact, turn AI into the opportunity for it to be a mirror for us to start seeing what is driving us? What do you think we can do, my dear panelists? Because I see you're all leaders, influencers, coaches, and technologists, and even people's managers. We are a representative of we the people, even though amongst us we have founders and leaders. And I think it is time for we the people to step up to the plate and take a seat. But how can we shift the emphasis? I say where we place emphasis and how we measure value. Who wants to go first? Unmute. Okay, go ahead. And then Abita, please. Atiba.
Yeah.
I can wait, Atiba. It seems like you had great ideas going through.
Go, Thomas.
You guys decide amongst yourselves.
So I think I love that question. There's a few things I want to know. Like I think with all technology, there's always a point where there's the conversation of will it replace us? Will it kind of move beyond humanity? I think a lot of times people want us to think that way, want us to think like the way to get technology to be its best is to eventually replace people. But I think one of the things that was really mentioned was your idea of empathy and like emulating empathy and technology. And like I've always been in the belief that humanity is meant to progress, humanity is meant to learn how to do new things. But I think one of the great things that humanity has is the capacity for empathy, is the idea that no matter what we create, we can in some way infuse empathy into it. And I mean, I don't think AI is ever going to fully be to the point where it can match human beings on empathy. But what I hope for is that when we progressively use AI or any technology, we can endorse our own empathy as human beings. And when it starts to reflect us more and more, my hope is that as human beings, we can use that to shine a light on what makes humanity great. More and more. And I, as with the communities I work with, so many, I do sensory friendly events. I work with the neurodiverse, developmental disability community, many others. My ultimate hope for that reflection is a point when we as a society will have technology that can help us make up for, if someone can't talk, they can talk through the AI or through a program, and then that can write for them. Or if someone's born without a hand, they can write a story if they want to be a writer, whether or not that's automatically generating. But at the same time, my hope is also, like, I work with many people who many people wouldn't. It is a sad fact, but it's not bad on those people. But my hope is that we can progressively utilize technology to serve where we cannot be, but ultimately lift up all of us to a point where we can really thrive. And I think part of that is keeping in mind that we can't exercise humanity from our tools. We always have to be responsible We always have to take responsibility for our tools, for how we use them. And I think the last bit that I'll say is we always have to emphasize that just because something doesn't work out doesn't mean it can't work in the future. And that doesn't mean we cannot continue to utilize tools as a means to lift up humanity.
Wow.
Mm.
I'm glad I went after you. And I am, because you're absolutely right about empathy, right? And that's so much of what's needed here. And one of the interesting things about technology, one interesting things about life in general, is as we progress and as we get greater, okay, in terms of what we can produce, those of us who actually achieve, because let's face it, no matter where you are in the world, achievement is something we want, okay? Right? Those of us who actually achieve success that's sustainable, it's because we understood that as things progressed in technology, we went back to principles. And we based everything we do in principles. And so I think as we look at how do we look at the ethics of AI, yes, empathy is one of the things, and one of the principles that we have to make sure we get back to. Creativity is one of the places where I believe that AI is going to allow those of us who are creative to become more creative. January last year, I did my first keynote on AI, and the central point was this: AI is going to allow smart people to get smarter and dumb people to get dumber.
I think you're right about that.
And that's because the smart people are going to understand the principles of how we communicate and what we bring to market and how we actually solve real problems for real people to make their lives better, which when we add value to the market rewards us with money. And I think that is where we need to focus.
Yes, although there's more than just smart and dumb. So, and there's in between
So,
us.
Lubna,
Yeah.
I can add something to what Thomas said. In fact, some of his lines really caught my attention, where he said that, why not to look at AI where it helps humanity in places where we can't go. So somebody doesn't have hand, or somebody can't see, cannot talk. So those are the areas which make a big impact.
Yes.
Because if you see as a technology, we are at different stages across the world. So if you look at North America, or say the Middle East, or countries like India or Southeast Asia, you'll find a lot of technological advancement have happened. But there are also countries where this technology haven't reached, or it will take many more years to reach there, because there would be a time lapse between the different continents and the countries that we are looking into for various reasons. So obviously, as AI or as a technology, if it can help to reduce or eliminate problems that we are facing, would probably be a very good point of view, according to me.
Yeah, I do have some thoughts on that. And I know I mentioned earlier the fact that we don't even have agreement around how to be with each other, and how are we going to create agreement around how to leverage AI in a way that is both ethical and maintains humanity. But I think that what really comes top of mind to me is that, sorry, I have my puppy in here with me, is that
that is touch of humanity.
The goal, what is that?
There is touch of humanity. You still have.
Yes, some part. Yeah, he's keeping me company. But
Yeah.
I think a lot of what I spend my time on with clients and training is about boosting the quality of your decision making, right? Because whatever result you want is on the other side of high quality decision making. So of course, whatever we do to work on ourselves, hopefully will help us bring, higher quality thinking to whatever that goal or objective or intention is that we're trying to move forward. And I think that if we think of AI as a way to help us make better decisions by considering things we wouldn't consider ourselves, I see it as being just massive in terms of advancing in a positive way. The challenge is that, like anything else, right, because the prompts are driven by human beings, the questions we ask are going to be biased. The way we choose to engage with it is going to be biased because it's going to be driven by our own, drama and baggage and insecurities with which we approach everything else in life. So of course that makes me concerned that while a lot of us can use it for high quality decision making, right, and to actually move us towards what we're trying to create on purpose, a lot of us are going to use it simply to almost like double down on our fixed way of seeing things, because you can ask it to give you a case for anything, no matter how negative or backwards or unsupportive it is. So I don't know, I'm always caught between that because I think it's there to amplify whatever you already bring to it. Oh, I think you're muted, Lubna.
I said I agreed with you, and thank you for telling me. I mean, I'm not sure how I ended up muting myself, but I think first of all, when you said user bias, I mean, I work on a lot of ethical AI standards and looking at holistically, but the bias, and when I think of bias, there's two major places of where we have bias, and other than shortness and access and reach, is bias in the algorithms, and then bias in the data itself. Even if it's clean and truthful, the data, it's reflective of the existing problems that are in society. So if it's accurate in its reflection, it's going to give us a reflection of what is, not what we want to change to, right? So if you're using it for HR and it's selecting engineers, resumes of engineers, it's based on what it's learned from all the resumes it read. It's going to naturally assume that engineers are males. Why? Because most of the data that it learned on are male. Why? Because society didn't make it accessible for women. So it's going to magnify, extensify that. It's going to just not select a female because it doesn't think that ticks the box. So that's where exactly what you're saying, it further intensifies. So if our intent and what drives us, so beyond ethics, I say, if it's not human rights, and if we don't move to that, then it's going to exacerbate the problem.
Agree. Agree. Yeah. I think it's going to make it easier for us to clutch to our, poorly founded or unfounded ideas and intentions, and always find, it's kind of like an echo chamber, I guess, if you want to think of it that way. Right?
And the thing is, how do we extend the reach and the understanding to the common person? Because we can't all be lawyers, and we can't all be ethicists, and we can't all be developers. And even if we are, how do we shift the pressure from use it? Because today what drives us is how much we can extract, how much more I can take out of your pocket into mine. That's not how I am, unfortunately, but it is how it is. So this is but it was very interesting. But I'd like to hear from now that we finally have you back, Majusu. How do I say your name? Can we try to hear from you? Oh, no audio still. Sign language.
You can put it in a chat and let Mayu know. Daniel, it's better. Daniel.
Maybe Christopher can help us so we can sort out his, because I'm dying to hear what he has to say.
I think we can hear him. Daniel, yeah.
You can hear him? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So anybody else wants to weigh in on this conversation?
AI right there. Right there would have been a great use of AI.
No kidding.
Seriously. So
No
when we
kidding.
talk about extending into things where humans aren't, we're in a place right now, we don't know what the problem is, but what if we had an AI agent that could actually figure out the problem and then tell them how to fix it?
And when I started talking, I should have unmuted myself. but by the way, on the topic of empathy, a lot of people find that even knowingly that they're talking to a bot, feel that they were better heard and that the chatbot was more empathetic to them, even if they don't get the outcome they want. So really, we have to really rethink. I think when we place the emphasis on the AI itself, we're almost projecting and not taking responsibility for the responsibility that we have, and where do we apply the science? Because there are enormous, wonderful implementations of AI that help people exactly with the use cases you described. But Ganesh, did you have something?
Absolutely, yeah. I want to now, first of all, IEEE. I'm part of IEEE too, same group. So I lead the local chapter as well. So nice to know that. So yeah, we touched upon empathy. Okay, so it looks like
I'm freezing now.
Yeah. So yeah, we touched about ethics too. So yeah, so I think what is happening, how do we solve this problem, right? So we need to think how we can solve it. The majority of the corporations are right now looking at AI, and mainly it is all centralized, right? So Gartner is saying that 80% of all the customer interaction by 2025 will be through AI. But the same Gartner is also saying by only 50% of the corporates will have governance incorporated, AI governance incorporated by 2030. So that means not much effort is being put on. So they are focusing on gaining the productivity, but not looking at having ethics incorporated, right? So I think it is critical and very, very important to think, how do we include ethics when we build AI tools, right? In the beginning, it has to be, the thought has to be, when a startup is starting on an idea, how do we include ethics? How do we include governance into the thought process? Rather than just focusing on the productivity and having the thought as a after effect. Once you get into the problem, how do we fix it? And so recently Google, YouTube, and Facebook went into this issues where they were all having biased information, right? So how do we solve this? So I think we got to think upfront whenever a tool is developed that you focus on ethics.
So the question is, how do we incentivize that?
Yeah.
So Ganesh, I think even the governments are getting warm up to the concept of regulating it, because moreover with a lot of those things that is impacting with fake news and deep fake that is happening around. So governments also are looking into regulating it, because anything that is not regulated, it goes crazy, like people. So there could be a lot of good for a technology. At the same time, it has its own shortcomings, and generally that shortcoming starts coming to the fore more than the good it has, and then everyone starts navigating into a different path. So you're absolutely right. One, the companies have to look at it, and secondly, from the regulatory framework, because come what may, we would have a lot of respect for the regulators coming up with rules and regulations, with of course industry experts input getting into it, so that we have tools that not something which would become disadvantage to the or as a productive support system for the human race.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Alexander. I think regulations, government has to be involved, but typically governments are late to the game most of the cases.
Well, the good news now, I mean, we have the AI Act, we have the executive order. I mean, governments are trying. I wonder if everybody is though incentivized, because there is a lot of power that comes with. I mean, AI is nothing new. It's about 75, 80 years old as a technology. It just ChatGPT came around, and then everybody now is aware of generative AI, and it's the simplest form, in fact. But I just want to hear from well, Majitsu, you want to try again?
Daniel.
No problem. Still problem. Can you say something? Say hello? Yeah, I think we need to get so Abilach, did I say it right?
Yeah. Yeah, you said it correct, right? So I think from my perspective, what I've understood when it comes to implementations from government, yes, government is taking a lot of time when it comes to approve things on front like that. But when you talk about Netflix, Amazon Prime, so I've worked on a project where production houses right now are actually in process where you see these actors, Hollywood actors, Bollywood actors, and all, right? So they are trying to make a specific, an approved deepfake. What we say, the right word is not deepfake, rather digital likeness version of the actor. Right. So the UK government is actually working on that, where actually different production houses, will get benefit because they can actually get a digital likeness of an actor whom we see on Netflix and Amazon Prime and things like that. It has to be approved on the blockchain per se by that actor, so that their image, the way how they act, the way how they talk, everything gets captured by that digital likeness. So yeah, I mean, everywhere, if you talk about, it's there. I mean, so it's everywhere there. But yeah, I mean, as everyone mentioned, it's not incentivize people. It's not making people generate some kind of income or things like per se. So that's the reason why government is on a back foot right now. But if it can really incentivize, we can find different ways. Maybe talk to policymakers. We can embed it, that kind of things. And I believe ethical consideration has to be the topmost thing, since I also run a startup. So it has to be the top priority right now. So yeah, that is something I really agree with, the ethics and human-centric approach right now.
And it needs to be explainable. I mean,
Correct.
when you're driving your self-driving or even your semi-autonomous car, it makes a decision. If in the case of a must-have accident, if you will, and somebody must get hurt, their algorithms will be tuned to whether it protect the drivers, the passengers, or the pedestrians, and in what case. And these are some very, that's not the ChatGPT type of a thing, but this is a really very profound and deep. Whose life do you value, and at what point should the machine decide to take over from you as the driver, and when it's passing judgment on you? So, but let's see if your mic works now, because I would love to have your contribution to this, and I don't want to ignore your back. Maji?
You can try from mobile. I'm on mobile. I'm actually using mobile to connect.
No?
Daniel.
Can you say something? Daniel, that's easy to call him Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Moses. Daniel is better.
Yeah, I'm just trying to use his last name, I guess. No? Well, please try on your mobile and come back with us, please.
So Lubna, one interesting part, line you spoke about, that it's 75 years where the artificial intelligence happening with ChatGPT. Actually, it came to fore that people started talking about it. Very interesting. Today, I was attending one logistics summit where the group CEO of Maybach Logistics, he said that from 1940, this entire system started working out, with the PCs coming in, with the IBM machines, and 1989, the internet came. So the search engines and all, those were actually building up and giving that input to you. Only after the ChatGPT and all, people started becoming like, okay, this is artificial intelligence, but it's already there. Now it's, today the AI is somewhat like an intern. But the intern can graduate very fast if you don't put a leash on it. So that is how the entire thing is there. So on one hand we talk about ethics, the other one we talk about empathy. Then how much of the control we need to give AI, that would probably come. You also took a topic about the engineers are male, and so even if female is giving, it considers from that perspective. So like when we ask for any applications, CVs, you will find that a lot of people just upload some information and the CVs comes out. It's crazy, like, the person is actually totally gets convoluted. Uh, a simple guy who is supposed to be data entry operator, he puts, I'm doing some so and so things. The AI says you are a global data entry operator. Now, where a global data entry operator will come, and he feels very happy that I am a global data entry operator. He is actually working in a office in a small workstation, but the system, the AI, so they get happy about it, and that is how you are actually making them become slave to a technology which you are not understood. So how do you understand? How do you make sure it covers what you intend to have? Would probably be a very interesting part for us to delve into.
I think, Alexander, you touched on two main important points. One is explainability. I think Lubna also touched upon it. I think there will be a major investment going on in the future in explainable AI, predominantly, and also biased data, right? So what is a lot of AI today has already consumed what is public data, what is available, and major LLMs has been trained on it. Now it is getting into a phase that there is a lack of data. So many of the companies are doing something called synthetic data. So they are using AI to produce more data. But again, if you have some bias that you have already trained and now you're using AI to produce more bias data, that is just compounding the problem, right? So with the synthetic data, right? So that has to be resolved. So how do you resolve this is having the governance again, right? So that goes back to the very importance of having governance implemented.
Yes, we keep going back to governance, and even when we talk about not to talk about AI, but digital identities, or so other implementation of digital ledger technologies, and digital identities is a wonderful thing. And self-sovereign, we talk about self-sovereign identity, and that also, it sounds like a great thing, self-sovereignty. But again, it goes back to the governance and where stewardship is, and it could be the very same thing that could be your greatest liberator. It can be the invisible leash, which is what I wrote about in the alternate paper some 11 years ago. So the question is, how do we, without creating panic, bring people's level of awareness, understanding? That's why I'm a big fan of also gaming and game mechanics, not just games, but game mechanics, to bring to the level of awareness to people that are so big on using it and very excited, or like they're excited now. I have 500 avatars. I don't, but that are being now very big influencers for me. We're losing. How do we even not lose ourselves? How do we recognize that we are giving away so much of our privacy, which is such a basic human right? It's about as basic. It's not even a human right. It's even animals. Some animals will kill you over their privacy, and that your data is an extension of you at this point, because we no longer live in the physical, in time and space. We live in time and space and cybersphere, and that level of awareness needs to be trickled down to, and I hate to say trickled down, but I mean literally, it has to go to the fuzzy bottom, where it's we the people, again, I call us the fuzzy bottom, versus the very few that are controlling the machine. Because again, it is we I've sat in meetings back in 2017 talking about the right of the machine rights. It was some gentleman stood up and says, shouldn't the machine fight for its rights like women have to? But again, power, and then shift the needle so that again, we have to incentivize. I mean, if you can tell me of any other way, because anything else we do is just talking, I think. But you correct me, any of you.
Well, and I want to be quick because I know we don't have a ton of time left, but I want to emphasize high quality education. Education is a real pathway to power. I think we need to find ways in which people actually learn instead of asking them to let us teach them how we want them to be taught. This is a big part of what I do. Like I find people are far more willing to listen to be educated if you actually teach them how they learn versus very archaic systems. But I feel like the first step is just starting education, making sure it's out there, making sure it's accountable, it's honest, it's valuable. I know there will always be people who reject that mindset in their own way, but there is nothing like high quality, capable education out there.
I want to actually add to that. I love what you said, Thomas, about education. I also believe that it might be decades before we have any sort of governance structure or agreed way of being. I think it's really important to spend almost more of our time as individuals focusing on what we control versus what we don't, the things we can influence the most. And so that kind of leaves me with the question, well, how do I want to be in the face of no regulation and no governance around AI? Right? Because the decision is going to be mine. It's going to be mine probably again for decades for the most part. And even when there's regulation about it, there's going to be some gray space where I'm still going to be able to manipulate it the way that I want. So how do I, as an individual, right? How do you as an individual want to be in a world of no regulation? If it wasn't against the rules to, run somebody down with your car, would you want to? Right? If it wasn't against the rules to shoot somebody, would you want to? Right? So how do we need to be in the face of no regulation and no governance? And I know this is what ethics comes down to, but that's what we control, right? Given all of the great ideas in this conversation, that's kind of what it comes down to. And hopefully, as you said, Lubna, trickling it down and expanding it out so that more people are asking themselves on purpose, like, how do I want to be in the face of no controls?
We're actually literally, I think, out of time, but so I'm going to ask each of you to take 30 seconds to a minute, and just give us your what your final remark, what you think would be an actionable thing for us to do, because I really want to action the blah blah. I can tell you that's why I've started the Living Labs Alliance, which is about an alliance where you come together in co-creation, so we compete to complete each other's efforts to affect the change that we seek and create the pressure that we need to create so that those who have the power can move the needle on fiduciary responsibility of companies. So I will hand it over to you, Abby, and move on next to Alexander and Aranda.
Sure. So I think as a concluding thing, what I would really like to highlight, I mean, because I also teach at colleges to MBA students. So one of the key things is what I really want to focus is like technology should not be a substitute. Rather, it should be a partner in creativity. Right? We should use it as a benefit rather than try to just use it for the sake of using it. Because when you go to LinkedIn, when you go to social media, everybody using aggressively Gen AI tools, right? So it should be more about being a partner in creativity. It should help us to make things more more crystallized, more summarized. Because I believe now creativity is really going away with Gen AI tools, and it's actually replacing a lot of folks, especially the young Gen Zs I see right now. They've been depending fully on the technological tools, but their creativity is just going out. So by focusing on these collaborative tools, their personalized experience and their technologies, I believe they can promote understanding and communications. And we can obviously talk about innovation there, because that will come from their inherent human qualities, which they already have. Right. So as a conclusion, I would really want everyone to think technology more like a partner rather than a substituting.
Thank you for that.
So
Genuinely.
I can take it forward from what you said.
Yeah.
For us, AI should be another tool in the progress, a technological tool in a progress of human from time immemorial. So how do we take it forward? How do we make sure our creativity is not lost? So rather than getting stagnant by thinking that somebody is going to be my supportive, it is just a crutch. It should not be a crutches for us to walk. We walk on our own, using this as a tool in the long list of advancements that have happened and built a human race, not to destroy or to take somebody's livelihood from their hand, but rather to encompass and bring everyone to those levels which a human being should be at. So thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Atib?
Hi. So one fantastic panel. Thank you for having me and all of you guys. You guys are genius. So I really appreciate being here. And creativity, yes, it's a tool. Yes. And that's one of the things that we have to recognize. It's a tool. Just like the hammer was a tool.
Exactly.
And a hammer is great when it meets a nail. And it's horrible in a lot of other circumstances and cases, right? And so going back to where I started when it said smart people are going to get smarter. Smart people are going to understand how to be creative. They're going to ask better questions. Okay, we talked about bias. Smart people are going to understand I have bias. The system has bias. And we're going to be able to start to say, okay, how do we deal with our own biases as we're dealing with this? Because the only thing that we've talked about here in reality is reality. Think about it. Every challenge that we've said that AI is going to bring up is really just amplifying what's already there.
Correct. Indeed.
And so governance, good, humanity, better. So Asya, to your point, it's about us individually. The responsibility is on us individually to get back to those basic things, those basic principles of being human and using the tool as a tool.
Thank you. We do need to remember that these days for sure.
Yeah.
Anybody else wants to say?
I'll go next. Yeah, so I agree to all the points. Amazing. Thanks for allowing me to be part of the panel. So I think from my standpoint, 5G and whatever new technology is coming up next, and even technologies like Starlink, and which is going to give access for more people. They're saying like 5 billion people out of 8 billion will have access to internet by next year. That is massive. So people will get more and more access. That means there will be more and more access to AI as well, right? So with autonomous cars coming, with more people having more access to cell phones, more robots coming, that means more and more data is going to be generated. And when AI is using this data, we spoke about ethics, bias, and all of that. We have to be very, very careful. Majority of the LLMs are looking at generic way of giving predictions, not going deep, right? So that's a problem. So we got to look at how to make sure that gets resolved. And obviously, we touched upon having AI as an augmentation for humanity, right? So that is very important. We need to focus on governance is important. For all this to happen, I think it is critical to have explainability. So we need to focus on how AI is making these predictions, what data it is using, why it's making these predictions. So it has to be explainable. And that explainability should be open source so that it is not centralized black box and only the top companies like Facebook, Google, and OpenAI have access. rather than if it supports open source. That's why I like Llama as a language. So people know what is inside it. It's not a black box anymore. So that's what I think.
Thank you
from my
so much.
point of
Excellent point you make.
And just what I'll add really quickly for the sake of time, I don't want to keep anyone from talking. I would just say, going off of the point, there have been so many great points, so many of even people kept me on my toes, keeping me moving, keeping me thinking. What I will say really quickly, so for the sake of time, value your right to education, value your right to ask questions, just value yourself and the people around you. Humanity does best when we work together, when we strive for the right things that benefit us, things that keep us safe. And the last thing I'll just say is, just because someone doesn't appear to have the right answer doesn't mean it's their fault. There's so many factors in this world that can stop a person from thinking through the right thing the way you want them to. And I think when we are able to practice that mindset towards ourselves and others, we can further practice empathy, and we can further use the tools that we have to utilize empathy better.
Empathy, and I'll just add compassion, because empathy without compassion can be quite dangerous.
Absolutely.
I can't tell you how much I want to thank all of you. I'll just throw one more thing. Next week, I'll be presenting a paper at the International Humanitarian Technology Conference on human rights driving human-machine teaming. So as we move into a more of this human and machine coexistence, how can we ensure that human rights are even driving the ethics? Because ethics are also contextual, and whose ethics, I say sometimes, are we talking about? Because what you think is ethical and what I think is ethical may be different. But at least the international human rights is something we've agreed upon. Again, thank you all. I really would love to have an opportunity. Please connect with us. I love to connect with all of you, and let's continue this conversation and then action it to in practice on something that we can bring back to the next GatherVerse and say, look what we've done since the last time we've been here. So with that, I thank you all so deeply. Thank you, GatherVerse, for this gather. I'm delighted to have met all of you. I love your energy. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Bless you. Thank you.
That's it. We're done. It's over. As quick as it came, as quick as it goes. What do we say about that roundtable discussion that we just had? About the voices and hearts that came to arrive to the shores of GatherVerse to speak with us one more time, giving heed and credence, if you will, admonishment, guidance, inspiration to this intersection of humanity and emerging technical growth and scale. This has been our 26th GatherVerse event. This virtual world symposium has been mind-changing and altering for me, and I know that I'm not alone. I don't want to think about a virtual world without a person in mind. I don't want to think about a virtual existence without someone in mind. I don't want to innovate for dollars and deal flow exclusively. I want what's best not only for my own self, for all of you, and for the generations to come. We used words this week such as collaboration, community development, and community centricity. We used words like authentic, value, expression. We put into frame ethical governance structures. We did talk about technology. but we talked about social impact and sustainability and for what's right. What happens this time next year if the majority of us are unemployed and not working? What happens when we have more technology than we do jobs? The reality is that we're afforded the opportunity to get this right, if we can. We have a little bit of time to do it. The torch has been handed to us. And the reality is that we're going to be handing it to others. What's a virtual world? It's you. It's me. It's us together. Because a virtual world that's empty has no value. It's the people that make virtual existence and the extension and the justification for a layer even worthwhile. We thank each of our speakers that have taken their time to be able to attend and express this free GatherVerse event. More importantly, we thank each of you that are at GatherVerse.live and our other different social platforms who've come to arrive, to share, to inspire, to encourage. We don't ask for your money, even though we have our sponsorship available for 2025. That's open now. But we prefer your hearts. And we want something from you that's worth more than money. And that's a thing you'll never get back. The preciousness of time. You've given that to us. We hope that we've earned value in your eyes. We hope that we gave you a sense of community here, that you felt like your time was well spent with us together this week. We hope that you would share what you've heard, take what you've heard, and manifest it, that you would give to others, that you would tell them that there's a little group in this world, and we're just about that big. There's a little group in a community in this world of people that cared. And they're called GatherVerse. And on this occasion, our gather was well. And upon the next occasion of many different events that we're soon to announce and launch, with incredible things coming forward, when we meet again, may our gather be well. Farewell and take good care. It's been a real pleasure to be able to launch into the day 3 of the Virtual World Symposium, presented by GatherVerse. Take care.
He's on a drug. children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the train. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know